Arizona.
Expectations that can be a blessing or a burden.
And the freight train is on the tracks.
Will they be a call to action, a harbinger of things to come? Will you rise to meet them?
Blast it out of here.
Or fall under the weight? Tonight, a new season begins full of great expectations.
And it's gone.
We will watch to see if those expectations turn into reality.
Welcome to Chase Field. It's April in Arizona. The roof is open under clear skies with comfortable temperatures, perfect conditions for opening day as this 19th season of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball begins with as much expectation and anticipation as any in recent memory. The evolution and the Zack Greinke era begin tonight here in Arizona. And we are just about set to go. Diamondback baseball, you can see Zack Greinke is a nervous wreck down there. Bob, for his D-backs debut.
Yeah, he's about to take a nap right before the first pitch of the ball game. That's a good sign. Zack Greinke's been through this before. He knows what's expected of him out there on the mound. Talk about the anticipation of this season for the Diamondbacks. Every team is excited to get started to a new season, but if you're realistic and you step back, there are a lot of teams that aren't going to be playing in October, but the Diamondbacks feel like they're a team that is equipped to play postseason baseball this year, and it all starts here tonight.
That is the expectation. Meantime, you've got the Colorado Rockies, who are opening their season on the road for the 5th year in a row. And it's the 4th time in Rockies history they've opened up at Chase Field, the last time being 2009, and the lineup for Walt Weiss's ball club here tonight.
Some familiar names in Walt Weiss's lineup tonight, especially the guy at the top of the order. Charlie Blackmon will be out in center field for the Rockies tonight. Trevor Story, the youngster making his major league debut here tonight, will be at shortstop. Carlos Gonzalez out in right field once again. Nolan Arenado at third base. Gerardo Parra, the former Diamondback, out in left field. Mark Reynolds, another former Diamondback, at first base. Nick Hundley will be doing the catching. DJ LeMahieu at second base, and veteran Jorge De La Rosa on the mound for Walt Weiss's Rockies.
Well, Zack Greinke, despite facing this usual potent offensive lineup for Colorado, has done well when facing the Rockies. 17 career appearances. His record is 7-3, a 3.69 ERA. And here are the 2016 Diamondbacks. For the 4th straight season, a new opening day starter for the D-backs. Tonight it's Zack Greinke. He figures to make a few more here in Arizona after getting a 6-year, $206.5 million free agent deal. And for Zack, kind of hard to believe it's just his 2nd career opening day start and his first since 2010 with Kansas City.
Well, when you're on the same staff with Clayton Kershaw down there in L.A., you're probably not going to get the opening day start very often, but Zack Greinke more than happy to take the ball for the Diamondbacks here tonight. You see his numbers last season, the 19-3 record, the ERA of 1.66, pitched over 220 innings, punched out 200 guys right on the button.
Yeah, that 19-3, 1.66, the win total and the ERA, career best for Zack. That ERA, by the way, the lowest in the major league since Greg Maddux in 1995. Zack Greinke, your Arizona forward, the starting pitcher. Our eye on defense now. The Diamondbacks behind them, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Center.
Well, not exactly the way Chip Hale envisioned it a week or so ago, but here's how he's lining them up for opening night. Yasmany Tomas in left field, Chris Owings out in center, David Peralta in right field. It'll be Jake Lamb at third base with Nick Ahmed at shortstop. Gene Segura at second base. Paul Goldschmidt is going to need a truck to take home all the hardware he received before the ball game today. Wellington Castillo behind the plate, and Zack Greinke, a great defender in his own right out there on the mound.
And Bob, it's opening day, so it's time for your Valley Honda keys to the game.
Might as well get him out of the way early. Set a tone. You're facing a National League West team that you're going to see a lot of this summer, and Zack Greinke, the ace of the Diamondbacks, taking the mound. At the end of the season, if you want to make it to the postseason, you have to beat the teams you're supposed to beat, and this is a team that the Diamondbacks are supposed to beat. And out in center field, Chris Owings is the next man up, at least for tonight, facing a left-handed pitcher for the Rockies.
Jeff Kellogg, our plate umpire. We are underway in 2016 with strike one to Charlie Blackmon. Blackmon's 6 leadoff home runs last year, including 4 in the top of the first. Be careful here. 0-2.
Well, you just hope Charlie Blackmon doesn't have a flashback to the 2014 season. On this day in 2014, he had a 6-hit game, including 3 doubles and a homer. That was against the Diamondbacks, by the way.
Ouch bit.
Ouch.
287 last year. He had 17 home runs and swiped 43 bags, the most by a Rocky since 2008. Hit comment is there. 1 away. And now a young man you'll be hearing a lot about. This is the major league debut of Trevor Story, a Rockies first-round draft pick 5 years ago out of high school in Irving, Texas. 23 years old and now a big leaguer for the first time in his life. And his first career at bat comes against Zach Greinke. Go get him, kid.
Go get him, kid. As a youngster growing up, he idolized Troy Tulowitzki, the man he's replacing at shortstop for the Rockies. You'll see a lot of the same mannerisms that Tulo had, both offensively and defensively.
They have talked about this young man's bat speed for years now, and now here he is. And pardon the pun, he has been one of the big stories in Rockies camp this spring. He won their spring training MVP award. Hit .340 this spring with 6 home runs. Jake Lamb at third. 2 down. Two outs on 5 pitches for Greinke. Here's Carlos Gonzalez.
Relatively routine play, other than the fact that Jake Lamb was playing extremely deep. Look how far behind the bag he is down there at third. That's something he's been working on all spring. Matt Williams feels that he'll be in a better position to charge the balls he should and hold his ground on balls hit right at him. That time perfectly executed.
You see the defensive lineman for Cargo here. 7th opening day start for the Rockies, the most on the club. And watch out, he's a .483 career hitter on opening day, including a pair of home runs. 271 last year. He had 40 homers and knocked in 97.
And he's a guy that's had a measure of success against Zach Greinke in his career, a .360 lifetime hitter with 3 home runs.
Jake Lamb, the third baseman, playing basically where the second baseman would be, and Segura out there in short right. 2 balls and no strikes on Cargo. Plagued by injuries in recent years, but able to play a full season last year. Gonzalez, the 40 homers, a career high. He won a Silver Slugger as well. Two and two.
The guys on the pregame show did a great job of cataloging Zach Greinke's deliveries. He'll throw what he needs to throw, depending on the hitter's strength and his weaknesses. He can cut the fastball, he can sink it. Great straight changeup.
Got him. A nice tidy 1-2-3 first for Zach Greinke in his D-backs debut. It's opening day at Chase Field. First, the lineup for the Diamondbacks on opening day.
We haven't scored yet. Gene Segura at the top will lead it off, play second base. Chris Owings out in center field, batting second. Paul Goldschmidt at first base. Wellington Castillo cleaning up and doing the catching. David Peralta out in right field, followed by Yasmany Tomas in left field. Jake Lamb at third base. Zach Greinke, the pitcher, batting eighth, and Nick Ahmed, the shortstop, batting ninth.
Your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the Rockies. It's the veteran left-hander Jorge De La Rosa. He grew up not far away in Monterrey, Mexico. He lives in Scottsdale, so this is home in a sense. Tomorrow is De La Rosa's 35th birthday. Tonight, it's his second opening day start in 3 years.
See the numbers from last season for De La Rosa. Usually you can tell how he's doing out there on the mound by the pace with which he works. If he's throwing the ball well, he'll get the ball back from Nick Hundley, his catcher, get right back up on the rubber and go. If he's struggling a little bit, he will really slow the pace of the game down.
Diamondbacks this year going with a very aggressive hitter in their leadoff spot. It's Gene Segura making his D-backs debut tonight, and we are set to go in the bottom of the first. There's a strike, 0-1. Segura had one of the best springs in the major leagues. He hit .469 in 19 games, homered 3 times. His numbers last year with the Milwaukee Brewers.
De La Rosa doesn't have a wide arsenal of pitches. He will throw an occasional breaking ball, but he really relies a lot on a two-seam sinking fastball, a cut fastball, and a straight changeup.
And he's got that little pause and hesitation in his delivery. Gerardo PARRA, the former Diamondback, is out there and left for the Rockies. One away. Speaking of PARRA, let's take a look at the Rockies defensively. Our eye on defense brought to you by Nationwide Vision Center.
PARRA in left, Charlie Blackmon in center, Carlos Gonzalez over in right field. This guy is a one-man defensive show at third base. Nolan Arenado, he'll be flanked by Trevor Story at shortstop. DJ LeMahieu at second base. Mark Reynolds, a former D-back, over at first. I feel compelled to say Nick Hundley went to the U of A. He'll be behind the plate for left-hander Jorge De La Rosa.
The center fielder, Chris Owings. Try that on for size. There's a strike, 0-1. A.J. Pollock having elbow surgery tomorrow, we are told. D-backs are looking at a Chris Owings, Socrates Brito tandem in center. And Brito, the left-hand hitter, figures to see most of the time out there, with CO playing against a tough lefty pitcher like Jorge De La Rosa, which is why Chris is in there tonight. He had a good spring, hit nearly .370 and homered 3 times.
I saw the home run he hit here the other day against the Royals to right center field, just to the right of straightaway center, actually.
Hit it over the pool.
Way out there.
That was in Saturday's spring finale against Kansas City. Chris also led the Diamondbacks this spring. He had 8 stolen bases. 2-1 pitch. And Dave Stewart said this weekend the Diamondbacks will first give their internal options a chance to fill the void left by the injury to AJ in center field before they look outside the organization. So in the next man up mode, it's Brito and Owings patrolling center. They're up 2-2. Right by Matt Williams, who got a huge ovation here from Diamondback Nation as part of the opening day pomp and circumstance.
Yeah, Matty Williams was followed by Mark Grace in the introductions, and I thought to myself, that's 22% of my starting lineup out there.
Both guys got a huge hand. There's Gracie. Plus, he had RJ up here in the booth, who stopped by to say hello.
We chased him out, though. Yeah, he can only stay a little while.
There it is.
Yeah, it's interesting. I asked RJ while he was in the booth, did you ever think about being a pitching coach? And he said, you know, there's another one of my guys. There's RJ and Luis Gonzalez, JJ Putz, talking to Josh Rawitch. And RJ said, yeah, you know, I like working with the minor league guys. I like picking their brains a little bit. I like finding out what makes each guy tick.
First chance for the rookie, Trevor Story. Boy, CO really gets up that line quickly. Close play, but he's out. Here comes Goldie.
And just to quickly put a bow on that, RJ said he wasn't really a mechanical guy out there on the mound. He had problems with his mechanics early in his career, but he likes to talk to guys about how to dig down deep when you don't have your best stuff, how to battle, how to compete. Certainly, he was one of the great competitors in the history of this game.
Paul Goldschmidt, a .321 batting average last season, 33 homers, 110 RBIs. He even stole 21 bases. What a year it was. And as you said, he picked up a whole truckload of hardware. He got a Gold Glove, a Silver Slugger, a couple of other awards. Finished third in the National League in hitting. He was second in the league in RBIs and OPS. Third in the league in runs, hits, walks, on base, and slugging.
Other than that, he didn't do much.
That's right. And tonight, his 5th opening day start. That's the most by a Diamondbacks infielder. Goldie hit .333 this spring. He homered 3 times. And all 3 home runs coming in the final 13 games. So he really picked up the pace as spring training moved along. He's behind a ball and 2 strikes. Got him. So both starters end their first innings with a strikeout. We are through 1. No score, the Rockies and the Diamondbacks on opening day. The second inning here at Chase Field. Opening day finally here, fans. D-backs are home all week, so join us down at the ballpark. Following a 3-game series against the Rockies, the Diamondbacks welcome the Chicago Cubs here to Chase Field. You can be here for Saturday's 5:10 start and pick up a D-backs cereal bowl courtesy of Arizona Milk Producers. Get your tickets for opening weekend right now at dbacks.com. Nolan Arenado leads off the Rockies second against Zach Greinke. Arenado, an absolute force at the plate last year. Led the majors in RBIs. Tied Bryce Harper for the league lead in home runs. Finished third in the majors with 43 doubles. And no player in baseball had more extra base hits. He is a handful, and he's only 24.
21 for 72 last season against the Diamondbacks. He slugged .625, 6 doubles and 6 homers. And he does most of his damage. I mean, he's a dangerous hitter no matter where you throw the ball, but does most of his damage from the middle of the plate in.
Which is why they're going to stay away. Reaches down and rolls that into the shift. Segura behind the bag. They retire Arenado. One away in the second.
Well, you can see the shift defensively by the Diamondbacks. Segura right in the right spot, just a couple of steps to his left from the shortstop side of second base. Tosses on to Goldie for the easy out. Ball was hit hard, but a nice play by Segura.
Another guy who got a big hand from the Chase Field crowd here tonight. It's old friend Gerardo Parra, who is back in the National League West. A 3-year free agent contract with the Rockies signed in January. That'll pay him in the neighborhood of $28 million. He split last year between the Brewers and the Orioles. And Colorado is G's 4th team in 3 seasons. He was a big fan favorite here, and for good reason. I miss him on the flights because they just don't sound the same.
Yeah, a little bit quieter.
He would sit on the team plane with one of those big, what do they call them? Boombox things, and boy, that music would just be cranked up, and he and Martin Prado would be dancing in the aisles.
Your sternum would rattle. Well, I think it's going to be interesting for Rockies fans to watch Gerardo Parra throw from left field. Diamondbacks fans were very familiar with him playing right field here at Chase. Much shorter throw from left field. I don't think anybody's going to challenge him. Only Alex Gordon has more outfield assists since the beginning of the 2011 season than Gerardo Parra.
2-time Gold Glove winner here in Arizona. A ball and 2 strikes. Slaps it the other way. Ron Pennington pounces on that. Good to see Ron in opening day form.
I didn't see Ron in spring training, though. I thought maybe you know, that our Golden Glovers would be over at Salt River Fields practicing on some foul balls, but that wasn't the case.
Kirk Farley ready to go in right field.
There may be a Golden Glover spring training site somewhere in the valley that we don't know about.
We like to keep it secret.
Okay.
Undisclosed location. 2-2. So far, 4 up, 4 down for Zach Greinke in his Diamondback debut. Three and 2. Goldie backs up. That's a fair ball. Greinke's there. 2 down. Zach Greinke's new home should suit him just fine. He is unbeaten in his last 6 starts here at Chase Field. 6-0. And his ERA in those last 6 starts in this ballpark is 0.65. So he should feel quite comfortable. There's another former Diamondback now wearing Rockies purple. It's Mark Reynolds. Career in 10 starts here. Zach 6-2 with 3.34 ERA. Reynolds a 1-year deal with the Rockies in December. He'll make about $2.5 million for the year. Jumps on the first pitch. Here comes Peralta. It drops in front of base hit. A 2-out single for Mark Reynolds.
Catcher number 4.
You can almost see Zach Greinke out there on the mound filing that one away. That's not a bad pitch right out there at the outside corner, bottom of the knees, and Reynolds cues it right off the end of the bat. Took enough off that fly ball that David Peralta couldn't quite get there in time to make the play, and Greinke kind of okay. File that away for next time.
Did you mention Nick Hundley was a U of A Wildcat?
I think I have several dozen times over the years.
A very productive season last year. His first with the Rockies. A career high 301 batting average. He hit 10 home runs. Hundley played in just over 100 games for the Rockies last year. He would have played even more, but had to be shut down for the season during the first week of September. He suffered a neck injury had a chip fracture in his neck, which sounds awfully painful. But had a good spring, hit .317 with 1 home run, so he is back and good to go.
Now this is one guy that the Diamondbacks might want to check their advance reports. Not to throw stones at any advanced scouts, but this is a guy that hit .350 against the D-backs last year. A couple of homers, 4 doubles and a triple. He slugged .650. When you see a guy have really ridiculously good numbers against one particular team, you wonder if maybe the scouting report might be a little off, or the pitchers made a lot of mistakes against him.
Jake Lamb at third. They go the short way. It's close, and Reynolds beats it out. Alan Porter, the second base umpire, says safe.
Well, I mentioned on the first ground ball hit to Jake Lamb back in the first inning that he's playing a lot deeper at third base this year. It may have hurt him on this play. I don't know. I think that may have beaten him there. Reynolds running the bases and umpiring at the same time. Chip Hale's going to ask for a review.
Yep. So Jeff Kellogg, the plate umpire and the crew chief, and Alan Porter, the umpire involved in the call, will put on the headsets, and here we go. It's replay in 2016. We'll get on the phone to New York. Here's a look.
Gentlemen, the previous play is under official video replay review. The call.
I think you're right, BB. I think they got him.
I mean, it was very close, no question about it. And as we talk about plays at first base, it's considered to be in the glove when it hits the back of the glove. And it certainly looked like Gene Segura had that ball in the back of the glove before Mark Reynolds got his foot down on the bag.
Fans here at the ballpark who are seeing the replay on our DBTV board agree with you as Alan Campbell, the Diamondbacks video coordinator, gets his first test in 2016. This is a big one because if the call is overturned, it will end the inning. And this one quick. He is out at second. Diamondbacks win the challenge. So a put out at second. Call is overturned. No score.
Hey fans, a D-backs home run tonight means a free Jumbo Jack tomorrow at participating Jack in the Box locations with the purchase of a large drink.
We should keep you well fed this year.
Oh, I certainly hope so.
Set for the home half of the second inning, the Rockies and D-backs, no score. It'll be Wellington, Castillo, David Peralta, Yasmany, Tomas, 4, 5, and 6 in the Arizona second against Jorge De La Rosa. And Welly, exactly 80 games for the Diamondbacks last year. Was an offensive force for much of that time. His numbers overall with 3 teams, the Cubs, the Mariners, and the Diamondbacks. And it's hard to have a better spring training than what we saw from Welly this spring. He led the Diamondbacks with 19 RBIs in the Cactus League. 14 of his 16 spring training hits went for extra bases, including 5 home runs. Two.
Yeah, great offensive spring for Welly, but for me the most important thing was how he matured as a catcher behind the plate, taking charge of the pitching staff. He had some new guys to learn, really got after it hard right from the first day of spring training, trying to get on the same page with his new pitchers, taking charge of some of the younger guys. You know, just all part of the process as a catcher, getting more comfortable with your position in the big leagues.
It's out to center field. Charlie Blackmon broke in, now drifts back, and he's got it. He got a bad read on that one. It almost carried over his head. 4 up, 4 down for De La Rosa. Here comes David Peralta.
Right fielder, number 6, David Peralta.
What a year it was for David. 312 and 17 home runs. Finishing top 10 in the National League in batting average, top 10 in both slugging and OPS. In fact, the only outfielder in the National League last year with a higher OPS was Bryce Harper, who was named league MVP. Rockies have the shift on for Peralta. They overload the right-hand side. And he shoots it the other way. Base hit for Peralta. He'll take the big turn and stop there. It's a 1-out single. The freight train is on the tracks.
Left fielder, number 24.
There was a time early last season when David Peralta would not have even been in the starting lineup against a left-handed pitcher, but stays on that ball nicely, drives it down that third base line into the corner for Gerardo Parra. First 21 games last year, David Peralta hit under 100 against lefties, but after that he hit 305. Really turned it around.
Yasmany Tomas, and if there's an X factor for the Diamondbacks this year, it might be this man. If they can get the type of offensive season they anticipate out of Yasmany Tomas, that Diamondback lineup gets a whole lot harder to deal with, that's for sure. So they are looking for production in Tomas's second year here. Last year, 273 and 9 homers. Now 25 years old with 1 major league season under his belt. Chip Hale declared near the end of spring training that Tomas is ready for 162. And the transition from a 90-game schedule in Cuba is something that Tomas has to get used to, he says, but they believe he is good to go in 2016. Knows the league a little bit now. Knows the pitchers a little bit as well. Drives it out to Cargo in the right. It's over his head, and we'll see how fast the freight train can run. Matt Williams will stop him at third. It's a double for Yasmany Tomas. Driving the bus.
To see that when Tomas came to the Diamondbacks, we heard so much about his opposite field power, and he displays it right here. Got a hanging breaking ball, stayed right on it, drove it over the head of Carlos Gonzalez for a big 1-out double, putting runners at second and third for Jake Lamb,
who has had an enormous spring. And big things are expected from this young man this year. He has looked tremendous at the age of 25. 263 last year with 6 home runs. Remember that foot injury that developed in early April cost him the rest of that month last year and then all of May. So he was limited to just over 100 games, but he has looked terrific this spring.
With a left-handed pitcher on the mound, And a left-handed batter at the plate. The Rockies have a little bit of a pull shift on here, and Nolan Arenado way off the line down there at third base. So David Peralta can take as much lead as Arenado is off of the bag. He should be able to score on just about anything put into play.
Waves at that one. Quickly, it's 0-2. Jake hit .404 this spring, homered 3 times, and drove in 15 runs. And he also showed tremendous patience at the plate. He walked 14 times, nearly as much as he struck out.
And discovered left field. Really drove some balls to the opposite field throughout spring training. I think that's a byproduct of his new approach at the plate. We talked about it a lot during the Cactus League. His hands are much lower this year, much quicker. His bat is much flatter through the hitting zone. He feels like he can wait a lot longer before pulling the trigger.
De La Rosa gets him his second strikeout. 2 down in the second.
I mentioned De La Rosa doesn't throw a lot of breaking pitches, but when he does, it's usually against a lefty.
Well, we've heard and seen so much about Zach Greinke's offensive ability, and he's up at a big spot here, second and third, 2 down. One of the better hitting pitchers in all of baseball. And with the injury to A.J. Pollock, Chip Hale said he might not bat the pitcher 8th as often as he anticipated he would with a healthy A.J., but in Greinke's case, he is such a good hitter that we expect to see him in the 8th spot every time he's out there this year. With Ahmed tonight batting 9th. He's on deck. Chops at that one. That is a foul ball. John Tumpane was right on that one, our third base umpire tonight.
Well, Arenado's a great defender down there at third base, but I don't think he would have been able to get Greinke here. He fields that ball in a short hop and was ready to throw to first, but Zach Greinke was streaking down that first baseline, smelling an RBI.
He's got Peralta at third, Tomas at second, 2 outs. One and one. It's over the mound. Here comes the rookie Story. He's got no play. Peralta scores. 1-0 D-backs.
Tough play for any shortstop, but especially for a young man making his major league debut. The bouncer gets over the head of De La Rosa. You can see Story had it in the webbing of the glove momentarily, but as that ball trickles out, David Peralta gets on the plate for the first run of the game.
And it's Zach Greinke who knocks in the first run of the 2016 season. Nick Ahmed now. A run is in. Tomas 90 feet away with one more. Nick coming off a big spring. .433, 13 extra base hits, and 12 RBIs for Nick. He had an outstanding spring training.
Boy, the ball just made a different sound off his bat this spring than it did throughout the regular season last year. He was really driving the ball.
1-0 pitch. 2 balls and no strikes. One of the reasons that Chip Hale has been experimenting with batting the pitcher 8 this spring was in part because of Nick Ahmed. They believe Nick hitting 8th so often last year likely held him back at the plate. So that's part of the reason the coaches flip-flop the pitcher in the 9th and 8th spot to try and put Nick in a better position to succeed here this year.
I found myself in that 8-hole quite a bit, and I'm going to use that as my excuse. I was told very early on in my career by Joe Morgan, Hall of Famer Joe Morgan, that 8th spot in the lineup is one of the toughest spots to hit in because of the situations that arise during the course of the game and the pitcher hitting behind you.
Center field, Blackmon once again broke in, now drifts back, and he's got it. The Diamondbacks strand 2, but they get one. Larry Fitzgerald is in the house. The Cardinals great joins us next on Fox Sports Arizona. Baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by Chaz Roberts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. By Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. By Yancey's Fancy, New York's finest artisan cheese. And by your Valley Honda dealers, where you get more standard features for less money. Well, Larry Fitzgerald is here. I feel like I'm still yelling at you because I was watching the Packer game and I'm yelling, go, 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 and you almost got there. But you should have been a pitcher. I mean, you are painting the corner here. Look at that.
You know what? I was just playing ball with my buddy Corb, man. I mean, that's my man. I'm so happy to see him back healthy again and ready for a big season, all-star caliber year. I know he's put in the work and he's ready to get back out there. DJ
LeMahieu leads off the Rockies' third against Zach Greinke. I can't think, Larry, of a better guy to have here on opening night than you, because boy, that was fun this year. It was so much fun watching all those games, and I know it didn't work out in the end. That's over and done with, but it was a great season for you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It really was. It was a lot of fun. Obviously, we didn't finish the way we wanted to finish, but you know, we put together a nice 13-3 season, and we've improved every single year. Coach Arians has been at the helm, and hopefully we continue to do that.
It was a lot of fun. I mean, we watched all those games. That play against the Packers, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was fun. It happened exactly the way Coach scripted it, too.
Bet, yeah.
He said, Carson, you're going to be under duress. You're going to roll out to the right, and you're going to find Fitz wide open on the left. And he's going to try to run and not going to be fast enough to get to the end zone. Going to get tackled on the 2, and then we'll get it in from there.
I was standing up in my living room yelling at the TV.
Wow, where were you sitting? Where were your seats?
I was standing up in my living room, too. Yeah.
Jorge De La Rosa, the pitcher, after LeMahieu singles. Here come the corners. Lamb and Gold again, and it's 0-1.
You mentioned Coach Arians. What does he bring to the table? I mean, you know, we've been talking a lot about Chip Hale last year, his first year as a major league manager, and the great job that he did, and hopefully another great job this year. What does Coach Arians bring that other coaches maybe don't?
He brings a confidence. He exudes confidence, and I think that resonates with his players. And we go out there and we play with that even, common, you know, just open spirit and ready to go out there and play to the best of our ability. And I think that's indicative of our coach, and it kind of trickles on down to the players.
Now I keep hearing you guys need a pass, an edge rusher. Is that the deal?
No, we just got one. You guys gave us one. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you stole my guy from the Patriots. That's right. Thanks.
Thank you. We got Chandler Jones in the trade, and I think he's really going to be a great addition for us. You know, we have an outstanding secondary with Tyrann Matthews and Patrick Peterson, those guys on the back end, and now we have a guy that can go out there and get us 10+ sacks a season, and you know, couple him with Dwight Freeney, we're going to really be a force to be reckoned with.
If there's a Mount Rushmore of Arizona sports, you're on it, and you know that. How do you think this market has evolved in the time that you've played for the Cardinals as a sports market overall?
Well, you know, I think it's continued to grow. I mean, as we have more people moving to the Valley and supporting us, I mean, you see tonight. I mean, this is a beautiful ballpark and a great turnout. I mean, it's got to be a sellout here. Zach Greinke comes in and first at bat knocks in the RBI for us. I mean, that's why we paid him the big bucks. He's here. He's delivering already on opening day, and you know, this is great to be here in Arizona and loved all the sports that we were able to watch here.
And people have talked about you and how you've evolved from the burner down, you know, the wideout. Now you're the possession guy underneath. I think it's remarkable how you've evolved in different roles. And baseball players do that all the time. Like, you know, some guys a center fielder, now they move them over to left. But you've done the same thing with your career, haven't you?
Well, yeah, you know, Coach Aaron talked to me when he first got in and said we'd like to move you inside. But, you know, I really was, you know, kind of tough for me at first. But, you know, I understood that it was for the greater good of our team. But that was a tough play. That was a tough one. But, you know, I knew it for the greater good of our team. We're going to give Michael Floyd and John Brown and other guys the opportunity to do some of the things that they're really specialized in and running down the field. And it's only going to make us better.
But did you think you would excel in that role as much as you did?
Well, I knew if Coach Aaron said I was going to do well, I knew he's going to be able to call the plays and get us in the right position. You know, he's an unbelievable play caller. And having Carson Palmer makes everything go. You know, when he's healthy, you know, he's one of the top quarterbacks in the National Football League, and he makes everybody look good around him.
Charlie Blackmon now. Greinke in a little bit of a jam here. He's got 2 on, nobody out. We're talking with Cardinals great Larry Fitzgerald, who threw out the first pitch tonight on opening day at Chase Field. LeMahieu at second, the pitcher De La Rosa at first. You seem like a big baseball fan.
Well, I love baseball. My father's a journalist in the Twin Cities area, so we would actually go to about 30 games a year, you know, as a child. I'd go out there.
In the Dome?
Yeah, go out there and play catch with Kirby Puckett before the games, and Ken Herbeck and Chuck Knobloch and Danny Gladden and all those guys, man. Chili Davis, who I played golf with not too long ago. I mean, it was great growing up in Minnesota in '89 and '91, seeing those white Yankees riding around in the stadium. It was a lot of fun to grow up as a child there.
Those were 2 great World Series, 87 and 91.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they beat the Cardinals in '87, the Braves in '91. Those were really good series.
Got to tell you a quick story, Larry. Years ago, I was doing some postseason baseball, and the Pirates were in the series.
Oh, yeah.
And a local writer asked Andrew McCutchen, butts right through that one, when did you know you had made it? And he said, when I was able to walk down the streets in Pittsburgh and people didn't call me Larry Fitzgerald anymore. Your college career at the University of Pittsburgh, the same kind of hairstyle as Andrew McCutchen, but he said that's when I knew I'd made it, when people recognized me as Andrew McCutchen and not Larry Fitzgerald.
What a special player he is. He's truly one of the special 5-tool kind of guys in the bigs. He's been really fun to watch over his career, and he's only continuing to get better. He's actually faster now since he cut his hair, I think.
Yeah. Just missed there. Doesn't get the call from Jeff Kellogg. So what do you do now that you get some downtime? Summertime's coming up. What's the plan?
So we just work out every day. We're starting to get together with the guys. You know, participate. My sons are active in sports, so I'm doing a lot of that. Like to get out there and you know, hit the little white ball around and just enjoy this off season. It's great to be able to get out to the ballpark and, you know, see baseball for the first time, you know, this year. And you know, I really enjoy this type of stuff in the off season.
Greinke's got his work cut out for him here. The heart of the order coming up ahead of Blackmon 1 and 2. What does a football player think when he sees a baseball guy get $206 million?
Well, you're happy for him. I mean, obviously he's deserved it. He pitched his tail off last year for the Dodgers. You know, 20-game winner. He won 20 games, didn't he, last year?
19. He should have won like 25. But.
Yeah, but he did a heck of a job for his ball club, and you know, we were in need of you know, some strength in our staff, and I think we went out and did a great job of addressing some needs, and I'm really excited about what he's going to bring to this ball club.
I think Chip Hale should start to get one of BA's hats, maybe some cool glasses. I think he could pull it off.
I don't know. I don't know if he would want to do that. He would stand out like a sore thumb, you know, with a Kango hat on in the dugout.
2-2. This is going to be trouble. It's in the gap. LeMahieu will come around and score. De La Rosa, the pitcher, running from first. Stu Cole waving him in. Now he stops him at third. And the Rockies have tied the ball game. De La Rosa about as slow a runner as you can have out there. Stu Cole initially was waving him home and then decided with no outs to put on the brakes. So it's an RBI double for Blackmon.
Shortstop, Trevor Story.
Yeah, Chris Owings getting the start out in center field tonight. Normally an infielder, but does a nice job of getting to this ball, cutting it off. And all he needs to do as an inexperienced outfielder is get the ball to the cutoff man as quickly as you possibly can. As you said, partner, Stu Cole was waving De La Rosa around third base, but they got the ball back in so quickly he had no choice but to throw up the stop sign.
De La Rosa looked like he had a tractor attached to his waist belt there, trying to get around the third base there.
Here's the rookie Trevor Story, his first major league game, grounded out his first time up. Still nobody out. A run is in, second and third for the Rockies against Greinke.
That's the first curveball we've seen from Zach Greinke in the ball game tonight. Couple runners in scoring position. He's going to open up his whole arsenal right here.
Do you remember your first ever game, Larry, in the NFL?
Oh yeah, I remember like it was yesterday. You know, there's certain things you never forget. Playing against the St. Louis Rams in St. Louis, and
Trevor Story gives it a ride deep to right, and his second major league at bat. He's got a 3-run homer. And that's why they are so excited about this young man. He hit 6 in spring training. And his first big league hit is a 3-run home run against Zach Greinke. It's 4-1 Rockies.
That's one that may take a while for Zach Greinke to digest. Drop that curveball in there for strike one, and then a fastball in the outside corner. And Story showing good opposite field power. Gets that just over the fence out there in right field for a 3-run bomb.
So Greinke, who surrendered only 14 home runs last season in over 220 innings, gives up a 3-run homer to the rookie, and it's 4-1. Here's Cargo, who struck out his first time up. There's a strike 0-1. And Greinke is yet to record an out here in this third. 2 singles, a double, and a home run so far. Now, do they have anything in the NFL like a shift? Because these are so talked about here in baseball. I guess they change coverages all the time.
yeah, I mean, we do see a lot of different coverages, so I think that will probably be the equivalent of a shift. You know, taking a guy's strengths away from him. You see that quite often, but you know, I like it. I like it. The defense is forcing offensive players to try to get better. I mean, if you don't want to see the shift, you got to be able to take it to the opposite field. It's like in basketball, a guy can't go left. You know, you try to make him go left.
Make the adjustment. Down the left field line and headed toward the seats.
Sure, and we've seen a lot of shifts over the last 3 or 4 years, and now that it becomes an everyday thing, you wonder, why didn't we do this sooner? You know, for guys that are dead pull hitters, well, why didn't we do this years ago? Of course, I guess they did. They tried it for Ted Williams, and he just hit it right over the shift.
Two and two.
You told us earlier your son plays Little League ball. You enjoy watching those games, or do you get nervous? Are you a nervous dad?
No, I actually love it. He juniors 5, he actually coaches his team with Cody Ransom, and you know, so they got great coaching.
Oh, yeah.
You know, great fundamentals every single day, and you see them improving. They won a game on Saturday, 15-0. You know, so I mean, they're doing a really good job, and it's great to see your kids competing and actually love to compete. Yes, that really makes it fun.
He's getting some pretty good coaching there too.
I'd say I never had any professional coaching when I was at his age. I tell him how fortunate he is.
Cargo hammers one toward the gap in right center, and it's in the pool. Back-to-back home runs, and it's 5-1 Colorado. Well, Cargo, we mentioned great numbers, a 483 career hitter on opening day, including 2 home runs, and now make it 3.
Well, Trevor Story hit his home run, counted for 3, but this is an absolute bullet line drive into that pool out there in right center field. Got out on his front foot just a little bit, but Carlos Gonzalez, a very accomplished hitter, made the adjustment, kept his hands back, and really drove that ball to right center.
So it's a 5-run Rockies third. Zach Greinke has yet to retire a batter here in the inning, and Mike Butcher, the new pitching coach, is out there. And now he'll deal with Nolan Arenado.
That's one of the issues you run into when the bottom of the order starts the inning and the 8 and 9 hitter get on base right away. Now you roll around to the top of the order where the real hitters are. It can be a rough inning.
Arenado grounded out his first time up. Sky high left center field. Tomas and Owings are out there. It'll be CO in center. And there's the first out in the third.
Left fielder Gerardo Parra.
Gerardo Parra. And last time Greinke gave up 5 earned against the Rockies last June. Parra grounded out his first time up. Center field for Owings, backing up. It's just off the home run terrace out there, and a double for Gerardo Parra. That just missed going out of here as well. And the Rockies are getting to Zach Greinke in the third.
First baseman Mark Reynolds.
If I didn't know better, I'd say the Rockies knew what was coming. They are squaring up everything in this inning. Even the out that Zach Greinke's recorded, that fly ball by Nolan Arenado, was hit hard. It was just hit straight up in the air to center field.
Mark Reynolds single in his first at bat. This is like going into halftime now, being down a couple of touchdowns.
Now, we were winning before I sat down in this seat. You know, I'm feeling this seat getting warmer and warmer and warmer here.
Well, we've seen all spring long the Diamondbacks with this offense. I mean, they're never out of it the way they've been hitting this spring. So if Greinke can just hold the fort from here, Diamondbacks can get back in this thing against Jorge De La Rosa, who has never pitched well in this ballpark. Just back in time.
That's an added benefit of that pull shift. It usually puts a middle infielder right near the bag out there at second base, and that time Segura just snuck in. And we talked about Greinke's athleticism out there on the mound, quick feet, made it a close play at second base.
Ahead of Mark Reynolds, 0-2. Larry, what do you think about these uniforms? The Diamondbacks have maybe taken a page from some of the college football uniforms we see out there.
I love it. I love the fashion forward look. I mean, it's really hot. You're gonna see a lot of young kids, you know, very soon wearing these to school. You know, and especially if they get off to a fast start this season, I think it's really gonna get hot.
We will see the new teal uniforms tomorrow night here. Sky high around the second base area. Ahmed has a beat on it. 2 outs. Diamondback bullpen is busy. Jake Barrett, the rookie right-hander. Nick Hundley, the 9th man to bat in the Colorado third. And into a fielder's choice in his first at bat tonight against Greinke. Parra the runner at second, 2 down. And there's the strike on 1. Seven hits for the Rockies, 6 in this inning.
Well, Larry, you've got a big celebrity softball game coming up soon, don't you?
Yeah, we do. Is at the Diamondbacks in Colorado Rockies spring training site. You know, it's one of the best in the business, if not the best. And this will be our 7th year hosting it. We really enjoy it. You get to see a lot of, you know, talented football players and other celebrities, you know, play a sport that we have no business being in. You know, you see some terrible fielding, you know, some bad swings and some horrible decisions in the base running. So if you want to see that, you know, I would love for you to come out and see us on the 22nd of April. But it's a lot of fun.
Parra is in there at third with a stolen base and a 1-2 count on Nick Hundley. Don't undersell it.
No, I mean, it's great. I mean, it gives a chance for people to kind of see the athletes that might follow in a different light, you know, but it's all for a good cause. You know, and we really, you know, have had great turnouts over the years. You know, we did probably about 9,000 people in attendance last year, and you know, it's really a lot of fun. And you know, I'm so appreciative of the community continue to come out and support us, and you know, hopefully we can do it even better this year for them.
And when's the date on that again?
It's April 22nd.
So that's coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yes, sir.
3-2 now on Hundley. All 4. So the Rockies will bat around LeMahieu, who led off this 3rd inning with a base hit, steps in.
Second baseman.
First walk issued tonight by Zach Greinke. Bullpen still busy. There's Jake Barrett, the rookie right-hander out of ASU. LeMahieu last year top 10 in the National League in hitting with that .301 batting average. He's up there with Parra, the runner at third, and Hundley, the catcher, at first. That's in there for a strike, 1-1. LeMahieu hit just over 300 this spring, mostly a singles hitter, just 4 extra base hits. Reaches out and rolls it under the glove of Segura. Parra scores. Hundley heads for third, and it's 6-1 Rockies.
That's LeMahieu's game. He's just a contact hitter. Slaps that ball back up the middle of the field, just out of the reach of Gene Segura. Well, this is a little reminiscent of the Blake Street Bomber days for the Colorado Rockies.
Jorge De La Rosa, who singled earlier in this inning, is the 11th man to bat for the Rockies here in the 3rd. Jeff Kellogg will head out to the mound and break this up now, as Barrett continues to throw in the Diamondback bullpen. You got a pep talk here? Anything? Give me a good. Who gave the best locker room talk you ever heard? Because we need one now.
You know, Carlos Dansby was always great at getting guys fired up. You know, he played for us for a while, 2 times. He had 2 stints with it, but he was a great motivator. Joey Porter Pittsburgh Steeler, was a great motivational speaker as well. We always get guys fired up. But I think the best way to get your team back in play is to try to make a play. You know, somebody's got to take it upon themselves to do something extraordinary.
What do those guys say? Because I would think a motivational talk from Joey Porter, frankly, would be kind of frightening.
No, you know, it would just challenge you. You know, do you guys want to be here? Do you want to play? Is you know, is this important to you? We worked to get to this point. Now I need you guys to show me how much it matters to you. And you know, most guys are going to respond. You know, because we're professionals and we want to do well. We want to have success, just like everybody out here on this diamond tonight.
Nobody more so than Zach Greinke in his D-back debut, suddenly down 6-1. And still in a mess here in this third inning. He's got a Hundley at third, LeMahieu at first. 1-2. Called strike 3, but the Rockies get 6. The great Larry Fitzgerald. Larry, thanks so much. Great opening pitch.
Thank you very much. I hope I have a little bit better luck in the booth next time I come up.
Great to have
Bob,
you.
thanks so much for having me. You guys have a wonderful day. Time to get back in this one. 6-1 Rockies, home half of the third. Time to take a look back in history. It's presented by Geico, and on this day in 1974, a home run that often gets overlooked. The great Henry Aaron tied Babe Ruth when he hit number 714 off the Reds' Jack Billingham on opening day 1974. Brought to you by Geico.
If it was opening day in 1974, you knew it was a Reds game.
Yeah, that's the way it used to be.
Absolutely.
Up until just a few years ago. Now that game would probably be a night game. It'd be about
interleague
4 degrees. Most of the games in the East Coast were snowed out today. Cleveland, Boston, New York. So here we go, 6-1, bottom 3. Gene Segura leads it off for the Diamondbacks. Segura flied out his first time up. Well, if you're looking for some optimism, it's that Jorge De La Rosa historically needs a few starts to find his groove every year. And he admits it always happens that he just starts slow for whatever reason and then winds up pitching much better after 3 or 4 games. So that bodes well for the Diamondbacks the rest of the way out here. But especially when you consider De La Rosa's track record in this ballpark. He has never pitched well at Chase Field. Gonzalez in right.
Well, another possible X factor going against De La Rosa is the fact he had 2 at-bats in that inning. Had to run the bases after the first one when he got a base hit. Came around to later score. But pitchers aren't used to running bases. They get their running in before the ball game. Usually they jog from foul pole to foul pole on the warning track. They're not used to hard left. Hit the bag and take a hard left. So we'll see if it affects him.
1-7 in 10 starts at Chase Field with a 4.22 ERA. Chris Owings, the center fielder. Jorge De La Rosa beginning his 13th major league season, his 9th with Colorado. And he says he is very excited about his start tonight, especially because it's here where he lives in the Valley. And his wife and 5-year-old twin sons are in attendance tonight at the ballpark, as well as family and friends from Mexico. A ball and a strike on Chris Owings, who grounded out his first time up. De La Rosa did not have a good spring. His final Cactus League start was last Wednesday. Gave up 4 runs, 4 hits in 3 innings. Also walked 4 guys, including 3 in 1 inning. And he admitted that start was terrible, he said. His spring ERA was over 6. And somebody asked him, what do you need to work on? He said, everything. 1-2.
And managers tend to not worry quite as much about spring training numbers for a guy that's 35 years old, or will be 35 tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, he's got an established track record. He's pitched extremely well at his home ballpark at Coors Field, which is highly unusual.
Owen swings right through that one. He will reach here as it gets away from Hundley.
Chris Owings chasing a pitch in the dirt here. Becoming a little slow reacting to that pitch on the inside part of the plate. Actually down in the dirt on the inside part. Couldn't get over there quickly enough to block it, and Chris Owings reaches on a strikeout.
That's the 3rd strikeout for Jorge De La Rosa, but a 1-out base runner for Goldie, who struck out his first time up. Now, you mentioned Walt Weiss not worrying, Bob, about Jorge De La Rosa. And if there's one guy on his staff he doesn't worry about, it's De La Rosa, because no pitcher in Rockies history has won more games or recorded more strikeouts. And Weiss said the Rockies tonight just going with their guy, and De La Rosa has been their guy for a long time now. 1-1.
I mentioned he pitches well at Coors Field. Those 32 games over 500 sound. That's just crazy. Most pitchers come up with stiff necks or the flu or some kind of 24-hour virus to avoid pitching at Coors Field.
He's got that combination of that great changeup and that 2-seam sinking fastball that keeps it on the ground. And that has worked for him. He, in one sense, has become the blueprint for pitching success in that ballpark. Got that outstanding split changeup that he threw about 40% of the time last year. A big ground ball pitch for him. And pretty much survives with that, plus the fastball and the cutter. The occasional slow curve. That's in there, 2-2. He's thrown just over 1,000 innings in a Colorado uniform. It'd be hard to think of any Rockies pitcher ever doing that. 2-2 to Goldie. Goldie, as we open this series with Colorado, has reached base safely in 35 consecutive games against the Rockies. And if he continues that streak in each game of this series, he will tie Gonzo's D-backs record.
Gonzo liked hitting in every ballpark against every opponent, but especially at Coors Field.
I would think.
He would run in from the airport, and the airport's a long way out there.
Yeah, for some reason they built the Denver airport in Saskatchewan. 3-2. Well, you don't have to get all 6 back at once here. You can chip away only the bottom of the 3rd. Owings holds it first, and Goldie drives it toward the left field corner, but pulls it foul.
Appeared to be that changeup that time from De La Rosa. Got Goldie out in front just a little bit. You could see he didn't even react out of the batter's box. He knew right away that ball was going to hook into foul territory.
Goldie, toughest hitter in the National League last year against left-hand pitching. He hit .364 against lefties to lead the league. And De La Rosa strikes him out for the 2nd time tonight. 2 down in the 3rd.
Well, that's a tough one right there. A 3-2 pitch, tough to take, tough to hit.
Wellington.
The knees on the outside corner. You see Goldie was looking out toward right field after swinging through that ball.
Beef Wellington on the menu now. Welly flying out to center his first time up. Acquired from Seattle in the Mark Trumbo trade last June the 3rd, shortly after the Mariners picked him up from the Cubs. And he has found a home here in Arizona. No National League catcher hit more home runs last year than Wellington Castillo. Kind of remarkable, in fact, that despite playing for 3 different teams in one season, he wound up having the best offensive year of his career. Career highs in homers, runs scored, and RBIs. Not bad for a guy who at one point found himself playing for 3 different teams in one 16-day stretch. Don't unpack. Fights that one off. 1-2. His numbers with Arizona among National League catchers were number 1. Trying to get back into beef mode here, down 1-2 against Jorge De La Rosa. De La Rosa gets him. We are through 3. The Diamondbacks trail the Rockies 6-1.
Remember your history.
I'm Kate Longworth. The Diamondbacks trail right now to the Rockies 6-1, and you're probably seeing a new face out in center field. That, of course, is Chris Owings. This is his first regular season game out in center field for the 24-year-old since high school. But he put in the time this weekend and in the outfield, trying to get a good read on the different angle out there versus playing in the infield. And he worked on his footwork with Dave McKay, sitting back on his heels to chase the ball down versus on his toes, as he does when he's at second or short. But he said his main goal out there tonight is to be patient. You can hear more from CO in my FoxSportsArizona.com web exclusive.
Thank you, Kate. Charlie Blackmon leads off the fourth. Blackmon had an RBI double as part of that 6-run Rockies third against Zach Greinke. Check this out. Our producer Brad the Big Dog Weimer noticed this. The glove, BB, that CO is using out there. Check out the name.
Well, it's gold. A.J. Pollock. I mean, I'm sure Chris Owings uses a small infielder's glove when he's either at second base or shortstop. But in the outfield, they like to use those big, long 11.5, 12-inch gloves. AJ's not going to be using his for a little while, so he's allowing Chris Owings to flash some leather out there in center field.
I always thought that players were very protective of their gloves. You can borrow all the bats you want, but the glove, that's a whole nother thing.
Usually, yeah.
Just a team guy, that's all. Right by EY Senior down there at first. And Kirk Farley is pouncing on that one.
You know, Chris Owings playing center field, that's one of the things that initially I was concerned with, the adjustment to a different glove. It really makes a big difference if you're not used to using that big glove. And the second thing would be the throws. I mean, from second base, it's just a little flip throw over to first or a flip throw to second base to get an out. From shortstop, Chris Owings has plenty of arm, but from the outfield, there may be a situation where he really has to reach back and let one go, and you just wonder what effect that will have moving forward on a guy that's not used to making those long throws.
2-2 on Charlie Blackmon. And this was the scene before the ball game today. Dave McKay was out there with both Chris Owings and Brandon Drury. And Dave said that CO still throws like an infielder does, which, as you were just saying, is a totally different throw than you'd get from an outfielder.
Yeah,
right?
Outfielders have a much longer arm stroke, if you will, more like a pitcher, as you see Brandon Drury getting some work out there with Dave McKay, who for my money is the best outfield instructor in the game. If these guys are going to learn how to play the position, they've got the right guy teaching.
And Dave has told Chris Owings, don't worry about trying to throw overhand. Let's not worry about rushing that motion. Just make your usual infielder's throw. And all I want you to do from this point on is just hit the cutoff guy. Find the relay man. Don't worry about gunning somebody out at home plate from way out in center field. 3-2 on Blackmon. Goldie is there. Greinke covers. And also on days where Chris Owings starts the ball game in center, that means Socrates Brito starts the game on the bench most likely against a left-hand pitcher like tonight. And that would mean that at some point in the ball game you'll likely see Brito come in and take over for Yasmany Tomas in left field. And Brito will be the starting center fielder against right-hand pitchers.
You could possibly see Brito come in as a straight defensive replacement for Tomas in left. You could possibly see him come in as a pinch runner late in the ball game if the Diamondbacks need a run. Get some better speed on the bases than Socrates Brito. He's going to get plenty of playing time as a starter, but even in games he doesn't start, I think you're going to see an awful lot of that young man.
You're going to see an awful lot of this young man as well. Trevor Story, who 1 inning ago had his first major league hit in just his second at bat, an opposite field 3-run homer on Zach Greinke. Part of a 6-run Rockies third. Not a bad way to get your first big league hit. But that's all this guy has done is hit. First round pick 5 years ago out of high school in Irving, Texas, just 23 years old. And he is going to be the future at shortstop, and the future in Colorado is right now. Rockies are without Jose Reyes, who was on the restricted list. Story bidding for one more here, and that one is way out of here. Trevor Story. 3 big league at bats, 2 home runs, both of them off Zach Greinke.
Troy Tulowitzki had a tremendous career in Colorado for the Rockies, but this young man might make the Rocky fans forget about Tulo in a hurry. It's not a bad pitch, down and out over the plate. Story has shown he's got great plate coverage with the opposite field home run back in that 3rd inning, and now pulls that ball just underneath Friday's Front Row Sports Grill.
3rd home run given up tonight by Zach Greinke. 2 of them to Story, the other to this man, Carlos Gonzalez, who steps in. Solo homers last time up. 7-1 Rockies. This is driven out to Owings, right at him in center.
Yeah, Zach Greinke had not given up back-to-back home runs. You have to go all the way back to April 10th, 2010 against the Boston Red Sox. It's happened 5 times in his career, but none in the last 5 seasons.
Story last year split his season between AA New Britain and AAA Albuquerque in the Rocky system as Arenado steps in. Story had a big year in the minors last season, 279 with 40 doubles and 20 home runs. Drove in 80, also stole 22 bases, so he is a very high ceiling kid. And we're seeing that here tonight in his first big league game. Mentioned that they're without Reyes. He is waiting for a ruling from Major League Baseball in his domestic violence case, and a prosecutor in Hawaii last week said that the charges against Reyes will likely be dropped. His wife has been an uncooperative witness, they say. And at this point, they have no other avenue for prosecution, but MLB can still issue Reyes a suspension. So that situation remains up in the air for Walt Weiss, but right now it hardly seems like a problem with young Trevor Story hitting 2 home runs in his first major league game.
Jose who?
Exactly. Well, there is the small matter of the $44 million the Rockies still owe Jose Reyes for the next 2 years. Arenado so far 0 for 2. Diamondbacks overload the left-hand side against Arenado, who spins that one foul. We're used to Arenado doing all the damage against the Diamondbacks, and now you shudder to think that left-hand side of the Rocky infield moving forward with Arenado at 24 years old and all he's accomplished. Now you've got Story, who's 23. They seem to be pretty well set over there for a while at 3rd and shortstop. It's the 2-2 in the air, deep to right field. Peralta near the corner. Feeling for that wall, he's got it, but Colorado adds one more. Trevor Story's 2nd home run tonight has made it 7-1 Rockies. Rockies 7-1. Hey fans, this week only, T-Mobile customers can get a free season-long subscription to MLB.TV Premium. Just go to T-Mobile.com/MLB to sign up now and catch every moment on America's fastest-growing LTE network. David Peralta will lead off the Diamondback fourth against Jorge De La Rosa. Peralta, Tomas, and Lamb 5, 6, and 7. Diamondbacks have been out hit 9-3. They trail at 7-1. Rockies put the shift on for Peralta, who singled and scored in his first at bat. And as Bob mentioned earlier, David made great strides when facing left-hand pitching last year. 2 seasons ago, he hit a .197 against lefties. Last year, that number improved to .250. And he's 2 for 2 tonight against the lefty De La Rosa. He bangs it into center, a leadoff single. And as Bobby, you mentioned, if you take Peralta's final 39 games versus lefties last year, that batting average was .305.
Well, trailing by 6. It's a quick freight train.
Need base runners at this point.
He stays right on it. I mean, it's really apparent to baseball people watching his approach against lefties, the way he keeps that front shoulder in there. He's more willing to hit the ball to the opposite field against a left-handed pitcher, and 2 for 2 in the ball game here tonight against a lefty.
Yasmany Tomas doubled to right his first time up. Tomas had a very solid spring despite missing 2 whole weeks with that sore knee. He hit .404 in spring training, 7 extra base hits, all doubles. .1. As we mentioned, throughout the spring, Yasmany came into camp having clearly put in his conditioning work in Phoenix this winter. Although Chip Hill said he wouldn't exactly call it weight loss, more of a weight redistribution. Worked out hard with Nate Shaw in the offseason. Those two were like Felix and Oscar. They were all over town. They were hiking and jumping rope and boxing. Trying to educate Yasmany about diet and conditioning, things that he didn't get in Cuba.
Those can be hard lessons to learn. How to properly condition yourself for the long grind of a major league season.
Yeah, he worked with Nate Shaw, D-back strength and conditioning coordinator, 3 or 5 days a week. Hiking in the mountains, cross-training, just keeping Yasmany active. And Nate said that Tomas was great. He said he wanted to work, he just didn't know what to do. He didn't have direction. So the Diamondbacks provided that this year. And Tomas, for the most part, stayed in the valley throughout the offseason. Strikes him out. That's 6 strikeouts for Jorge De La Rosa.
Third baseman.
De La Rosa starting to find his location on that changeup, keeping it down out of the strike zone, away from the dangerous hitters. Of course, the 6-run lead will build your confidence out there on the mound. Be a little more aggressive with your pitches.
Jake Lamb struck out his first time up. Jake Lamb hammers that toward the right field corner, and it is in the bullpen. A 2-run homer for Jake Lamb, and it's a 7-3 ball game. Everybody getting a jumbo jack.
Jake Lamb, another left-handed hitter that had some issues last year against left-handed pitching, but no problem right here. A line drive home run into the Rockies bullpen down into that right field corner.
And Zach Greinke's night will end here. Pitcher's spot is up for the Diamondbacks and Brandon Drury. will step in against Jorge De La Rosa. And this young man's inclusion on the opening day roster is well earned. He had a monster spring. Is on it. And he retires Brandon Drury. 2 down to the 4th. Hey fans, tomorrow a full day of sports with 3 teams on 3 channels. It starts at 4:30. Basketball on Fox Sports Arizona, Suns and the Hawks. For baseball, it's the D-backs and the Rockies at 6, Fox Sports Arizona Plus. We've got hockey for you as well. The Coyotes and the Blackhawks. So those are your 2 favorite teams.
Yeah.
That's at 5 o'clock on the special Fox Sports Arizona Coyotes channel. And if you're not sure where any of those channels are, well, we've got you covered there as well. Just visit foxsportsarizona.com and you'll get a complete listings for the Plus channel and the Coyotes channel. Nick Ahmed now flying out to center his first time up.
I don't mean to belabor the point, but you just love seeing those lefties put together good at bats against a tough left-handed pitcher. It can only build their confidence, reinforce the things that they were working on in spring training, both David Peralta and Jake Lamb.
Well, Zach Greinke's Diamondbacks debut lasts only 4 innings, gives up 7 runs on 9 hits. He walked 1 and struck out 2. Jake Barrett has been throwing down there for a while, so he will make his major league debut, it appears, in the top of the 5th. De La Rosa misses there, a ball and 2 strikes. Talked to Larry Fitzgerald earlier in the ball game. Big Diamondback fan. We've got another big celebrity D-back fan, BB, that's going to join us in the 5th inning. I'm going to save it for a moment here. Let's sort of let you.
Nice tease.
Let that simmer. We got some big time guests here. As Nick Ahmed strikes out, that's 7 strikeouts for De La Rosa, but Jake Lamb's 2-run homer makes it a 7-3 ball game. 5th inning on the way. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. Alice Cooper in the booth. We're going to rock out when we come back. At Chase Field, Diamondbacks trail the Rockies 7-3. Very happy to have in our booth big D-backs fan Alice Cooper is with us. We've got the A-list guys out here tonight.
Wow, I'll tell you, you know, nothing better than opening night. And I tell you what, it's great here.
Now, I know you're a big baseball fan. Do you get to a lot of Diamondback games?
Well, you know, I'm on tour normally in the summertime. And so I'm usually, whatever city I'm in, if we have a night off, we go to the ball game.
That's awesome.
So I get to throw a lot of first pitches out.
That's great.
And I tell them right up front, look, this is coming in 30 miles an hour, so be careful.
It's a changeup, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, that's your go-to pitch, sure. What do you think about tonight, down 7-3 here?
Hey, the story tonight is story, right?
Yeah, you said it.
I
Two
mean,
home runs.
2 home runs, first game. Is this
yeah,
easy?
first big league game.
Has anybody ever done that?
We're working on that.
Yeah.
He's had 3 big league at-bats. He's got 2 homers.
That's amazing.
It's not that easy.
Pretty amazing.
Well, here's another guy that's making his major league debut out there in the pitcher's mound right now. It's the ASU Sun Devil. Jake Barrett, who had a terrific spring with some power stuff out of Desert Ridge High School in Mesa. And here he is, his major league debut. His numbers in the minor leagues last year. Former Diamondback Gerardo Parra leads off the Colorado 5th. So are you getting ready to head out on tour soon here?
We'll go back out in May, and we're out all summer. We're out till November.
Wow, that's a long trip.
Well, we've got I got one tour. I've got my band's tour, and then I've got the Hollywood Vampires, who's, you know, Johnny Depp and Joe Perry and those guys, and that's another tour. So I'm on 2 tours because one's not enough, right?
One's not enough.
You see the heat from Jake Barrett, 97 and 95. Woo. He's ahead of Parra, 0-2. He's looked like this all spring.
That looks good. I like that.
Yeah, he has been. The word on Barrett all spring long has been dominant. That's what Chip Hale says. Everything coming out of his hand right now is dominant. Wants this one up. Parra lifts it in the air along the left field line. They've got this thing surrounded out there, and it'll be Ahmed in foul ground.
Give it to the guy in the middle, right?
That's right.
Well, with all the touring, what does that do to your golf game? I assume you play a lot when you're out.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day. Callaway sets us up for golf every day. And my guitar player plays, my bass player plays.
Nice.
And so we play every single day.
I'd like to hang out with you guys. All you do is play music, go to ball games, and play golf.
Who doesn't want my job?
That's a great gig, man.
Who doesn't want my job?
Mark Reynolds, the former D-back, singled in the second. He's 1 for 2. Now, I haven't been lucky enough to go to one of your shows because I'm working all summer while you're touring. But do you still do the thing with the whole routine?
Full theatrics, full out theatrics.
Nice.
And it's so funny because kids are way into classic rock. Most of our audience is 15 to 25.
No kidding.
Ooh, that almost came to you.
Yeah, we'll get one up here, so be ready. BB usually dives in front.
You know, when I was a kid, my dad would take me to see the Tigers play, of course. You know, first game I remember was Jim Bunning against Herb Score.
Ooh, Tiger Stadium.
Tiger Stadium, Briggs Stadium at the time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Al Kaline was my hero. I mean, he was my, you know, he was my Mickey Mantle.
And the site for that ballpark is still there. People go and they cut the grass, they take care of it, just people on their own.
It's actually like a historical monument that they will not turn down, you know. Yeah. But the seats smell like cigar and beer.
Back where they're supposed to smell, right?
That's Detroit, yeah.
1 and 2. Who was your guy growing up?
Al Kaline. He was my hero.
Choice. Number 6. Chris Owings getting a test out there in right center, drifting near the pool, and CO's got it. 2 outs.
Yeah, my bedroom was a shrine to Al Kaline. You know, and here's the funny thing. You know, you meet Sinatra, you meet the Beatles, you meet Elvis and everything. I'm getting ready to hit the ball at Oakland Hills, and somebody says, "Hey, Al Kaline's behind us." And I went,
"Wow, yeah."
Yeah, you know, and I went back and I said, "Mr. Kaline," I said, "You know," I said, "You've always been my hero, nicest guy in the world."
So you must have been a Dick McAuliffe fan as well.
Yeah. I mean, no, I could tell you the batting, Charlie Maxwell, Harvey Keene, all the guys.
Towards the end of my career, when my batting average was consistently right around the 200 mark, I kind of adopted some of Dick McAuliffe's mannerisms at the plate. Yeah,
that's the way out there.
The high hands, a high elbow, yeah.
Didn't he always look like he was going to hit it to right field with that?
Yeah, didn't work for me, but I don't know.
Now, Alice, you'll be happy to know my partner here oftentimes on the road travels with his guitar.
Ah.
Yeah.
When I got done playing and got into the broadcasting thing, I found I had a lot of free time and I didn't want to get in any trouble, so I I'd always wanted to play, so I bought a cheap electric guitar and an amp with some headphones. And
I'm sure your partner in your room loved that.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He plays once a year with Dan Bickley's band, Whiskey's Quicker, out front of the ballpark. We have it's kind of an annual thing that BB gets out there and he plays a few songs.
You know how it is, 3 chords.
Hey, you know, if you can play 3 chords, you can play any Ramones song.
Nice.
You know?
Those guys were great baseball fans.
They were, oh yeah, they were Yankee fans all the way. So I mean,
there's Dan Bickley, lead singer of Whiskey's Quicker.
He's probably listening to Alice Cooper right now.
Hey, most guys from Nashville were in rock bands. On my last album, I had 2 songs where Vince Gill played guitar, lead guitar, and that guy could play. I mean, he played rock and roll as good as anybody I've ever heard.
Why do you think kids are so into the classic rock and roll now?
I just think that it's those songs, you know, when they're listening to the Doors and the Rolling Stones, and they're just discovering Jimi Hendrix, you know. And a 16-year-old kid that's got a guitar and listening to Jimi Hendrix is going, what is that? You know, can you imagine that's like just discovering Monty Python, you know.
Well, who was the first guy you heard that did that for you?
That was probably Keith Richards. Okay. Was the first guy that, you know, that really made me go, what? Jeff Beck from the Yardbirds. I mean, that guy is still probably the best guitar player in the world. Jeff Beck is.
3-1 now on DJ LeMahieu.
I found it very interesting throughout my career that rock and roll guys always wanted to be ball players, and ball players always wanted to be up on stage playing guitars.
You have no idea. When we backstage, if we're in a city and they have a night off, it's full of baseball players.
Well, we had a band here last year with Trumbo and Aaron Hill, and everybody was in that band.
Yeah, golf has that too.
Off of Barrett, it caroms to Segura. Still time to recover, and they get LeMahieu. The great Alice Cooper. Have a great tour this summer. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks a lot, and I'll be watching you guys on TV.
Hit them straight.
And of course, I'll buy all your albums.
D-backs chipping away, 7-3 bottom 5 here at Chase Field on opening day. Hey D-backs fans, we are excited to introduce 1893 from the makers of Pepsi Cola. It's a premium cola inspired by the original Pepsi recipes and features premium cola extract and fair trade sugar. So pick one up at your local retailer today. 1893 from the makers of Pepsi. Gene Segura leads off the D-backs 5th. Diamondbacks have been out hit 10-5. They trail it 7-3 after Colorado got 6 in the 3rd against Zach Greinke. Rockies have homered 3 times tonight. 2 by rookie Trevor Story, the shortstop, in his first major league game. No player has ever hit 3 home runs in his major league debut. There he is. Segura 0 for 2. He is twice flat out. I can't believe that Alice Cooper didn't know you played guitar. I thought everybody knew.
Well, none of our albums have charted quite yet.
Well, it'll pick up. Pitch. I'm told, BB, that Villanova just won the national championship.
Is that what that noise was?
Big cheer went up here in the ballpark. I was afraid we'd miss something. So a good win for anybody who's a Villanova person. Two-one.
That's always a scary feeling. I don't know about you, but for me, when you're at the ballpark and you hear a roar in the crowd and you're looking around, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
He's just standing on the mound getting the sign. Nothing happened. The ball wasn't put in play. What's everybody? There must be a fight somewhere.
Yeah, usually it's something bad.
Yeah.
But only bad in this case if you're a Tar Heel. 2-2. Segura fights it off and drops it into center. A leadoff single in the 5th. That's the 6th hit for the Diamondbacks.
Hey fans, by popular demand, Throwback Thursdays are back, presented by Chase. Before each throwback game, fans can pick up a collectible poster celebrating each of the D-backs championship titles. Before this Thursday's throwback game versus the Cubs, fans will get a poster celebrating the 1999 National League West Championship. Collect all 5 posters this season. Visit dbacks.com/throwback.
Chris Owings has grounded out and struck out. Getting the start in center field. There's a strike. CO hit .227 last year, 4 home runs, a year spent trying to recover from surgery for a torn labrum in his left shoulder the previous October. That's a swing and bunt. Hundley picks it up in foul ground, says plate umpire Jeff Keller. So CO last winter going into last season could not do any hitting all winter long. Even late into spring training it was a no-go for him, so he spent all of last year basically trying to recover, fine-tune his swing and build up some shoulder strength, and it really was a year-long process. But despite the frustration, he knows he was a better baseball player than he showed last year. He is good to go this year and had a great spring, and now suddenly finds himself in center field on opening day.
There were times last year it looked like Chris Owings tried to do everything he could to avoid overextending that damaged shoulder. He used too much lower body at times. He'd get out on his front foot a lot. He'd chase a lot of bad pitches, but showed better plate discipline in spring training, drove the ball the opposite field, and really showed no hesitation whatsoever to really let that bat go.
Chopped over the mound. LeMahieu in front of Story, has to hurry, and Owings beats it out. Well, there's that speed from Chris Owings. He had 8 stolen bases in spring training this year, and the first 2 have reached in the Diamondback 5th, at least for the moment.
Yeah, Rockies checking the replay. Every infielder wearing a gray jersey pointed into the dugout as soon as this play was over. They thought they had Chris Owings at first base.
Ooh. Looks like it might be in the back of the mitt, a hair before CO's foot hits the bag, busting it out of the box. Here comes Walt Weiss out to talk to Jeff Kellogg, and they will put on the headsets. The Rockies are challenging. Diamondbacks had a challenge earlier in the ball game that they won, got a call overturned, and now it's the Rockies' turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, the previous play is an official video replay or
and like the Diamondbacks, it looks like the Rockies here might have a case. One more look.
The call was initiated with a manager challenge.
CO kind of broke up his steps that last 2 or 3 steps before he hit the bag, and you could see his right foot hit almost in the middle of first base. Ideally, you hit the very front edge of that bag with your toe. But sometimes your strides are just off and you can't do it ideally the way you want to.
Brian O'Nora, the first base umpire, is the man standing on the left of your picture in the middle there. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, has the plate. He's on the right as they talk to New York.
Boy, that is really close. CO's heel may have come down on the bag before that ball got in the back of Mark Reynolds' mitt.
Yeah, I think you're right, BB. And remember, it's a catch when the ball is in the back of the mitt, right there. And remember, you need clear and convincing evidence to get the call overturned. The call on the field is important. In this case, it's safe. And this is a big one for the Rockies. This is a good challenge because they have a 4-run lead. And the Diamondbacks would have 2 runners on base, nobody out, and the heart of the order coming up, Goldie, Castillo, Peralta, Tomas. So they'll look for every out they can get right here.
I really think moving forward in this game, there will be a category for postseason awards for the best replay review man. We talked about Alan Campbell and the great job he did last year for the Diamondbacks. That's a very valuable part of the team now, that guy sitting in front of those monitors.
Let's see. Safe at first. Walt Weiss shakes his head. His challenge, this one goes against him. So that's a base hit for CO, his first this year. And so the Diamondbacks down 4 have 2 on and nobody out for Goldie, who has struck out twice against Jorge De La Rosa. And very good speed on the bases. Diamondbacks can get right back in this ball game with 1 swing. Ball 1. Goldie hit safely in 14 of his final 16 spring training games. And a lot of momentum carrying into this season from the Cactus League. Runners bluffed and hold. Segura and Owings took off there and then put on the brakes. Goldie ahead 2-0. Paul Goldschmidt last year hit .340 with runners in scoring position, a career high, 9th best in the National League. And it's in the dirt, 3-0. Rockies bullpen still quiet for Walt Weiss.
Now, we did see Goldie swing at some 3-0 pitches this spring in the Cactus League. See if that carries over into the regular season. I highly doubt it.
Need some base runners. Looks like the Colorado bullpen will spring into action down there. It's bounced. And that's ball 4. The bases are loaded with no outs. And the Diamondbacks get the tying run to the plate. First walk issued tonight by Jorge De La Rosa.
Even though he struck him out his first 2 at-bats, De La Rosa wanted absolutely nothing to do with Goldie in that at-bat.
Can you blame him?
4 change-ups in a row, all down out of the strike zone.
Steve Foster, the pitching coach. These are timed now. The 30-second clock starts when the coach or the manager leaves the dugout. Baseball's new pace of play rules. That's a quick visit. You're left with 14 seconds still to go. So here we go. Beef Wellington on the menu. He has flied out and struck out 0 for 2. Bases full of Diamondbacks and nobody out. Segura, the runner at third. Chris Owings at second. Goldie at first. De La Rosa right at 80 pitches, 55 for strikes. Castillo sends the first one out to Cargo in right. Here comes Segura. He will hold. One away. Stopped about 2/3 of the way down the line there. David Peralta now. Peralta, despite the fact he's facing a left-hand pitcher, is 2 for 2. 2 singles, he scored twice. Get on board the freight train, everybody.
They even got their poster signed out there by David Peralta.
That gets a gold star from the booth here. That's outstanding. Peralta, a relatively quiet spring. He hit just under 260 with 1 home run. Strike 1. Four for 9 last year with the bases loaded. A change for David this offseason. He did not play winter ball. He was rehabbing a wrist injury suffered the final weekend of last year. So there was more downtime this winter than Peralta is typically used to.
And you can see the Rockies playing that pull shift again with Peralta up there.
Chops it foul, 1-2. I remember David injured his right wrist on a sliding catch in the outfield that final week of last season and missed the Houston series to close out the year. So the Diamondbacks did not allow him to play winter ball back home in Venezuela this offseason like he usually does. Bases loaded, 1 out. De La Rosa gets him to chase. 2 down.
The rare breaking balls you'll see from De La Rosa. Slider bounces off that back tip of home plate. David just can't hold up.
So they had bases loaded, no outs. 2 down now. They're still full for Tomas, who has doubled and struck out. Segura at third, Owings at second, Goldie at first. 3 singles and a walk to open up this inning. And now Hundley wants to get together with De La Rosa. And Trevor Story comes in from shortstop.
That usually means that the team's going to change the signs with the runner at second base. Chris Owings has been out there for quite some time looking in at Nick Hundley's signs, and Rockies just want to make sure there's no funny business going on here in a very key situation in the ball game.
Ball 1. There is action in the Rocky bullpen. Two now. Tomas, a solid spring. He hit .404. Three balls and no strikes. Jake Lamb is on deck. He would be next. He homered in his last at bat. There's the strike, 3-1. That's it. Segura scores. They wave Owings. Here comes CO. He will score, and it's 7-5.
Biggest base hit of the season so far for the Diamondbacks right there. They had men on base for the middle of the lineup. You really like your chances of having a big inning. It looked like it was going to slip away, but Yasmany Tomas on a 3-1 pitch hooks one through that hole on the left side to plate 2 more.
Tomas 2 for 3, a double and a single. Still 2 on, 2 outs, and Lamb is up. He has struck out and homered. Goldie at second. Tomas at first. He's the tying run. Hundley just did get a glove on that one. This was Jake in the 4th. That's our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool play of the game.
It's always cool when somebody hangs a breaking ball over that inside part of the plate, and Jake absolutely punished it into that right field bullpen.
Bounces another one up there.
I'm really kind of surprised Walt Weiss is letting De La Rosa face Jake Lamb because of that home run in his last at bat. It's pretty apparent that De La Rosa is kind of coming unglued out there here as this inning has progressed.
He's had another lefty warming up for the bullpen. Jason Gurka's been out there, and he was their best relief pitcher this spring. That's Gurka there on the right. Justin Miller, the right-hander, on the left. Three and 0. Pitcher spot is up next. Phil Gosselin is in the on-deck circle. The 3-0 to Lamb is ball 4, and once again the Diamondbacks have the bases loaded here in the 5th inning. And Gosselin will be the hitter. Second walk of the ball game issued by Jorge De La Rosa, both in this inning.
This could be one of those situations where Walt Weiss is hoping to just nurse De La Rosa through this inning to give him an opportunity to get a win in this game, but it looks like he's decided personal stats come second to trying to win a ball game.
Well, the pitcher's spot is due to lead off the 6th inning, so it looks like a double switch is in order here. Diamondbacks down 2, have the bases loaded. Pitching change back after this.
likes this, but anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations. I know what's for dinner tomorrow night.
D-backs already with 5 on the board, trailing 7-5 and bidding for more here. With Phil Gosselin, the batter, bases are loaded, 2 outs, and the new pitcher for the Rockies is the right-hander Justin Miller, who made his first opening day roster this spring. Had a rough spring training. Those are his numbers from last year. The ERA was over 4. He gave up 8 earned runs in 9 1/3 this spring. It's a double switch for Walt Weiss. Christian Adames takes over at second base, replaces DJ LeMahieu. So the pitcher spot now. No, Adames will hit 8th. All right, yep. There's Jorge De La Rosa, responsible for 3 base runners. And one time had a 7-1 lead. 7-5 ball game. Gosselin hits, bases full, 2 outs. And there's ball 1. Phil Gosselin hit over 300 with 3 home runs with the Diamondbacks last year. 311 overall between Atlanta and Arizona. Came over from the Braves in the Bronson Oreo deal near the end of July. But had a fractured left thumb when he was acquired by the D-backs. Didn't make his Diamondback debut until August 31st last year. And this is going to be a key guy off the bench this season. Goldie is the runner at third. Yasmany Tomas, who had a 2-run hit earlier in the innings at second. Jake Lamb, after a walk, is at first. One and one. That one got Jeff Kellogg.
That right shoulder. Fortunately, he's got the chest protector underneath the shirt there, but that was a pretty solid shot right there Jeff Kellogg just took. And this was the formula last year to beat the Colorado Rockies. Get into that bullpen as early as you possibly can. They had the worst bullpen ERA in all of baseball last year. 25 blown saves, tied for the 3rd most in the majors, and their whip, walks and hits per inning pitched, was dead last in the majors.
Gosselin down, a ball and 2 strikes. Just missed there with a fastball.
My.
Jeff Kellogg not biting, and it's 2-2. Yikes. That's a big miss if you're a Rocky fan. Hard to throw a better pitch than that. It's full 3-2. Sellout crowd on opening day. Diamondbacks at one point trailed 7-1. It's 7-5. Bases full. 2 outs. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Phil Gosselin. And they're on their feet at Chase.
Good pitch to hit right there. Ball's elevated right over the middle of the plate, just a little bit underneath it.
Gosselin had a very good spring, hit over 360, drove in 14 runs. One more time on 3-2. There go the runners. We say this all the time, Bob, about Phil Gosselin. He is a tough out. He will almost always put it in play.
Quality at bats. I mean, he's going to have some rough ones over the course of a long season, but more often than not, he's going to make you throw a strike, and if you do throw a strike, he puts a good, quick swing on it.
Trying to get Greinke off the hook on opening day in front of a sellout crowd. Got him. Diamondbacks leave the bases loaded, but they get 2 more, and through 5 they trail the Rockies 7-5.
The top half of the 6th inning. Hey fans, we invite you to play Kachinko by signing up at one of the 16 interactive kiosks right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
7-5 ball game as we start the 6th inning. And the new pitcher for the Diamondbacks, it's Randall Delgado. Career highs with the D-backs last season. 8 wins, 64 appearances, a 3.25 ERA, which was down considerably from his 4.87 mark 2 seasons ago. He has developed into a very effective right-hand arm in this D-backs bullpen.
And if you find yourself in the situation of Jake Barrett and Randall Delgado tonight, coming into ball games when the team is trailing by a few runs, you're going to vulture some victories over the course of the season, because we saw throughout the Cactus League and throughout last season, this Diamondbacks offense just doesn't quit. If you can stop the opposition and give your team a chance to get back in it, you've got a good chance to vulture a win.
Christian Adames, who replaced DJ LeMahieu at second base, bats in the 9 spot and leads off the Rockies 6th. Adames, something of an audition last year with the Rockies. He was called up for September roster expansion. Just over 50 at bats at 245. Didn't hit much this spring. He did, however, homer 3 times. Hit about 220. So it's Adames, Blackmon, and Story. 9-1-2 in the Colorado 6th. Story, the rookie shortstop, in his first major league game, has already homered twice. There's Blackmon on deck. And there is the lead Story here tonight. What a debut. And again, no player has ever hit 3 home runs in his major league debut. Three and 2. That's going back to 1913. Does it happen before that? Well, we don't really care. Dead ball era, so forth. Chopped over the mound. Tough play for Segura. Throws across his body and gets him. Well, Gene Segura has said he's not quite comfortable yet playing second base. He's played so much shortstop, but He looked very comfortable right there.
Looked like a natural right there, going up the middle of the field. That high chopper looked like it might be an infield hit, but Segura gets to it. Strong throw on the run to Goldie to get the out at first base.
One away for Blackmon. An RBI double in the third. He's 1 for 3.
I imagine for a guy like Segura that's played shortstop throughout his career, one of the toughest things to learn are your boundaries as a second baseman. How far up the middle of the field can you go and still get the guy at first base? When are you better off maybe letting Nick Ahmed cut across and make that play? How far in the hole between first and second can you go? How much range does Goldie have? And that's why Jean Segura got a lot of time at second base in spring training and starting to learn his boundaries, and made a great play right there.
This will more often than not be the middle infield combo for the Diamondbacks this year. Chip Hale said over the weekend that on nights when Nick Ahmed is the shortstop, like he is tonight, Jean Segura will be the second baseman. They'll rotate Chris Owings in there as well. CO tonight starting in center field. Reaches out and lifts it in the air to Tomas and left. 2 down, and here is Trevor Story. What a major league debut it's been for this young man. Just 23 years old. His first big league game. He's homered twice and grounded out. He's 2 for 3.
And certainly this is not meant to take anything away from what he's already done in this ball game and what he's probably going to do throughout his career. There's a good looking ball player right here, but the league doesn't know a lot about Trevor Story quite yet. They'll find holes in his swing. They'll find pitches that he's vulnerable to, and then it'll be up to him to make an adjustment, and all indications are that he'll be up to the task. I mean, he imitates Troy Tulowitzki up there at the plate, maybe pitching like you used to go after Tulo.
A 3-run opposite field home run, then he yanks that one way out of here to left. Trevor Story, the Jimmy John's high-speed delivery of the ball game. 2 home runs, both off Zach Greinke in his major league debut. Grounds that one foul. It's 1-1. And while Jose Reyes is on a suspension, or was this spring, Story belted 6 Cactus League home runs and became the no-brainer choice to be the opening day shortstop. And is the first Rocky to make his major league debut in the starting lineup since Jeff Baker back in 2005. And what a debut it's been. Miss there, the fastball. 2-1. Walt Weiss said that while Story was bashing home runs in spring training, he hit 6 of them. That the most important thing with Story that he saw was that he's in complete control of his game right now. His at-bats are under control. And he said that's what you look for with young players. They always say it. Young guy, the game is too fast for him, or the game is going at a quicker pace. He seems to be just fine with the pace. Lifts the 3-2 in the air, foul ground near the Rockies dugout, and it's in the seats. Diamondbacks and Rockies first of 3 here at Chase Field. Tomorrow night, Shelby Miller versus Chad Bettis. Wednesday's a day game at 12:40 start. That's Patrick Corbin and Tyler Chatwood. We'll have all 3 games for you on Fox Sports Arizona. One more time on 3 and 2. Got him. Randall Delgado comes in and works a 1-2-3-6. D-backs keep trying to chip away. They're down 7-5. The home half of the 6th here on opening day at Chase Field. Hey, D-backs fans, if you can't watch the games on TV, you can now stream games live on your mobile device. Just go to your app store and download the free Fox Sports Go app. Log in and stream the D-backs wherever you go. Nick Ahmed leads off the Diamondbacks 6th against Justin Miller. The right-hander is back out there for the Rockies.
It's not a high percentage play to try to bunt for a base hit, but we've seen Nick Ahmed do it a lot when he leads off an inning. Just trying to get something started offensively for his team. Nolan Arenado playing a few steps behind the bag down there at third base will now start creeping in.
Ahmed 0 for 2. He is flying out and struck out. Coming off a big spring, Nick hit .433 in the Cactus League this year, had 13 extra base hits. Diamondbacks had a 1-0 lead. Zach Greinke drove in the game's and the season's first run, an RBI single in the second. But then the Rockies opened up a can on Greinke in the third, a 6-run Colorado third inning. Back-to-back homers by Story and Cargo. They added one more in the fourth on Story's second home run. At one point they led 7-1. It's now 7-5. D-backs with 2 in the fourth and 2 in the fifth. And there is the rookie Trevor Story in his major league debut.
Right, it really was shocking to see Zach Greinke struggle through the inning the way he did. He's only given up 6 runs in an inning 4 times previously in his career, and only given up 7 hits twice. Emergency swing. That ball was nearly in Nick Hundley's mitt.
Spoiled it, stays alive.
Stay alive.
Nick hit just .226 last year, but as we mentioned, looked very much like a different hitter this spring. It's out to PARRA in left. A base hit for Ahmed. Leadoff man on for the Diamondbacks. And that is the third consecutive inning that the first Diamondback in the inning has reached with a single.
Yeah, this is what that emergency swing allowed Nick Ahmed to do. Get one more pitch. Drives it into left field for that leadoff single.
And here's Segura, who singled and scored his last time up. He's 1 for 3 in the leadoff spot. Hit. Ahmed takes the turn. He'll get third base here, and they're on the corners with nobody out. Segura 2 for 4. A slow roller into right that allowed Ahmed to get third.
Yeah, a little jam shot got in on the hands of Gene Segura, but strong enough to muscle it past Adames out there at second base on into right field. Nick Ahmed never hesitated, turned the corner at second base, and Diamondbacks have him on the corners here with nobody out.
And Chris Owings steps in. CO singled and scored his last time up. He's 1 for 3. He'll start tonight in center field. Chris hit nearly .370 this spring. He homered 3 times, including a shot over the pool in right center here Saturday against the Royals. Right at Arenado, and they've got Ahmed. A big time hang with him for the Diamondbacks. Quickly 2 down. Nick was a dead duck down there. Boy, it's amazing how often this happens to the Diamondbacks with Arenado.
I mean, you really can't fault Nick Ahmed. He froze in his tracks when he saw the line drive. Unfortunately, hit it to a Gold Glover down there at third base, who made the dive to the bag before Nick could get back.
Well, the double play leaves Segura at first. 2 outs now for Goldie, who has struck out twice and walked. Talk about a momentum changer. That was a bullet right at Arenado. We did a TV game this spring against the Rockies, and that happened twice in the same inning, where somebody hit one right at the Rockies' third baseman. Story at shortstop. Get the force on Segura, and the Diamondbacks' threat is snuffed out. We'll go to the 7th inning. It's Rockies 7, D-backs 5. Trail the Rockies 7-5. Hey fans, this week only T-Mobile customers can get a free season-long subscription to MLB.TV Premium. Just go to T-Mobile.com/MLB. Sign up now, and you'll be able to catch every moment on America's fastest-growing LTE network. Randall Delgado back out there for his second inning of work. He had a 1-2-3 sixth. And he'll face the heads of state of the Rockies order here. Cargo, Arenado, and Gerardo Parra, 3, 4, and 5 in the seventh. Carlos Gonzalez 1 for 3, a homer in the third off Zach Greinke. And this guy came into the ball game a .483 career hitter on opening day. His home run tonight, his third opening day home run. And the Diamondbacks put the shift on. Jake Lamb, the third baseman, standing in the second base spot. Segura out there in short right. Randall Delgado really settled into this relief role last year. Seemed to get better and better down the stretch. And had a very good sixth inning. Over his final 34 relief appearances last year, Randall had an ERA of 2.06. And he told us because of his background as a starting pitcher, he really had no trouble assuming a bit bigger workload than you'd see some other relievers normally work. It's Cargo to chase that one. And that really for the Diamondbacks and Chip Hale manifests itself in two ways. He can often pitch 2 or even 3 consecutive days if you really need him to. Or like tonight, he can get more than 3 outs.
I don't think so.
And last year, nearly 1/3 of his 63 appearances were more than 1 inning like tonight. 2-2 on Gonzalez. Another emergency hack.
It's not only nice to have a guy like Randall Delgado in your bullpen, capable of going multiple innings, keeping you in a ball game, but it's necessary. The way the game is nowadays, you need a long man down there to eat up some innings.
One of the reasons the Diamondbacks went with so many pitchers this spring. Another thing is they only have 1 off day in April. And it is a brutal April schedule. 3-2 now. I mean, you play all your division rivals. You got a long 10-game road trip. And the non-division games, you get the 3 best teams in the Central. The Cubs are in here for 4 starting Thursday. And later this month, the Pirates and the Cardinals. And all that with only 1 day off. Cargo giving him a battle here. And you forget that Randall, in his first season with the Diamondbacks 3 years ago, 19 of his 20 appearances were starts. Hard down the line and in the seats.
And the 1 day off in April that you mentioned comes at the end of this homestand. We play the Cubs a day game on Sunday. Monday's an off day, but we'll travel.
Yeah.
So you're going to be on buses and airplanes on your off day.
And that is a tough road trip. 3 in LA, 3 in San Diego, 4 in San Francisco. Swing and a miss. Castillo hangs on. Second strikeout for Delgado. 1 down in the 7th.
Hey fans, there are some must-have giveaways on the schedule this season. Be sure you have tickets. On Saturday, April 23rd, fans will get the bobblehead of All-Star center fielder A.J. Pollock, courtesy of Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Then on Saturday, May 14th, fans will get a Star Wars soft style t-shirt, and over Memorial Day weekend we're giving away pool bags and what you need, partner, a barbecue apron.
Oh, nice.
See the full giveaway schedule online at dbacks.com.
Well, somehow the Rockies have scored 7 runs and Nolan Arenado is 0 for 3.
Hard to believe.
Well, this guy put on an absolute show in spring training. He hit over .540, belted 6 home runs, drove in 17 runs in 22 games. And no player in the major leagues had more spring training hits than Nolan Arenado. He's ahead 2 balls and no strikes. He is always uber aggressive up there. He is hunting fastballs with that dead pull approach. And it doesn't matter where those fastballs are in the strike zone, or even if they're out of the strike zone, he's likely to go after it. Look out, Stu Cole. Ron Pennington is on that one. Ron has great range tonight. He's well out there in left. Moving those khakis. 2-2 on Arenado.
You know, I've used the term hungry to hit. This is a perfect description of Nolan Arenado. Very relaxed there. You see his mouth, you know, lips are parted a little bit, just kind of relaxing. But as the pitcher gets ready to throw, he could bite through steel. To use a golf term, he doesn't leave anything in the bag. If I'm going to swing, I'm going to swing hard.
Gives you the Happy Gilmore. But just be careful. Do not pitch inside to Nolan Arenado. That's where he really does his damage. Anything inner third of the plate, he can always turn on it, and almost always somehow keeps it fair, because he just doesn't walk. He's up there hacking. It's that in the air to Peralta in right. Come on, David. Drops in front. Arenado. A 1-out single. Let's take a look. This is a dentist's nightmare.
Oh, I'm telling you. Chips some teeth. He sticks his tongue out there momentarily and then grits his teeth, pushes his lips together, and then hits a flare out to right field.
The 11th hit for the Rockies. First tonight for Arenado. Brings on PARRA. PARRA doubled, stole a base, and scored in that 6-run Rockies third. He's 1 for 3.
Nice stop that time by Wellington. Castillo blocked that ball in the dirt, recovered quickly. Arenado had thoughts about breaking for second base, but watch how quickly Castillo gets on this ball and is ready to throw should Arenado try to advance. Block and recover.
As you always say, there's no such thing as a bad block.
That's right.
Locked up PARRA that time. Had to check with Jeff Kellogg. Yeah, that was a strike. 1-1. Split last season between the Brewers and the Orioles. Well, he was in Milwaukee last year. PARRA was one of the best hitters in the league. That really seemed to fit him well. He hit nearly .330 through 100 games with the Brewers, and then was dealt to the Orioles, and the batting average dropped about 100 points in Baltimore. But it was his second straight year. He split his season between 2 teams, and now he's got a new home in Colorado with a 3-year deal. 2 balls and a strike. Delgado now at 36 pitches. Silvino Bracho has started throwing in the Diamondback bullpen. There he is, the Bulldog right-hander. They liked his experience and what he showed them last year. That weighed heavily in their decision to go with Bracho in the opening day roster. Gets it into the gap in right center. And Arenado's on the run. Stu Cole will stop him at third. Parra's got a double. Parra's second double tonight. He's 2 for 4.
Jumping out over the plate, and Gerardo Parra reaches out and hooks it back toward the gap in right center. You can see Chris Owings had a long way to go to get there. He was shaded over into left center, and David Peralta had to bust it over there from his position in right field.
They start the clock on Mike Butcher, the pitching coach, who runs out to the mound. And the clock ticks away now at 20 seconds and counting. No more long delays to give the pitcher some extra time to warm up. You are literally on the clock. And here comes Jeff Kellogg to tell him.
I've told the story in the past about Al Whitmar, who was a pitching coach in Toronto for the Blue Jays my brief time in the American League. And Al, through no fault of his own, he had some bad wheels. It took him a while to walk from the dugout out to the mound. I don't think he could have made it even to the foul line in 30 seconds.
Well, you saw the look on Jeff Kellogg's face right there. He gave Mike some extra time. But I would think that's going to be an issue. I mean, some of these pitching coaches, I mean, they're in their golden years. Let's be frank. And you might have a language barrier out there as well, something you've got to navigate. 30 seconds. I get you want to speed things up, but that doesn't seem like a lot of time.
I think they're trying to get the pitching coaches in better shape.
They will be after this year. So second and third, one out for Mark Reynolds, who singled in the second. Infield creeps in for the Diamondbacks. Reynolds swings and miss. Arenado is at third, Parra at second. Reynolds had a very good spring. He hit nearly 350 with 3 home runs. Randall bounces one up there. And somehow I almost fell out of my chair when I saw this. He walked more than he struck out this spring.
Get out of here.
I swear. I had to hit refresh on the computer. Can that be right? But yeah, he did. Of course, he set the major league record back in 09, 223 punchouts. Reverts to form on that one, 1-2. Andrew Chafin has started throwing now quickly in the Diamondback bullpen. He's warming up about as fast as anybody can. Two and two.
You've got Nick Hundley in the on deck circle, and then the pitcher spot for the Rockies up after that. And you look at the guys off of that Rockies bench that you know, maybe you're most afraid of in this particular situation. You want to make sure you have a lefty ready, probably for Ben Paulson, I would imagine.
I was a little surprised Paulson didn't start tonight. He's the left-hand version of that first base platoon. Instead, against Greinke, they went with Reynolds. Well, Walt Weiss insists it's not a platoon at first. They're just going to sort of go with it.
Well, I guess when you start a right-handed hitter against a right-handed pitcher, not a platoon.
I think he did that just to prove his point. But Chafin is really throwing down there as quickly as he can. 2-2. Got him. Third strikeout for Delgado. 2 down in the 7th.
Good change up that time from Randall. Got him to swing through a couple of sliders early in the sequence and then bounces that change up. Wellington Castillo once again up to the task, blocks a ball with the runner at third base. Reynolds down on strikes. Now it does give you the option if you want to pitch around or just straight walk Nick Hundley right here and force Walt Weiss to make a move.
Well, Ryan Rayburn is a new Rocky. He's come out of the on-deck circle. Rayburn, the right-hand hitter, is on deck as Hundley steps in. Hundley has walked and singled. He's 1 for 2. In a 7-5 ball game, Randall has to find a way to strand these base runners. A reminder, we'll keep it here at the end of this half inning for God Bless America here on opening day in front of a sellout crowd at Chase Field in downtown Phoenix. Two 2-0.
Once again, when you see the catcher and a middle infielder go to the mound to talk to the pitcher, usually it means they're changing the signs with the runner at second base. Gerardo Parra's been out there looking in throughout Mark Reynolds at bat. Now the early part of the Nick Hundley at bat. Key point in the ball game right here.
Phone rings in the Diamondback bullpen again. Bracho has started throwing once again with the right hand hitting Rayburn on deck. Chafin has stopped warming up. There's Garvin Alston, the new bullpen coach, by the phone there. Bracho, the right-hander, Chafin, the lefty. Three 3-0 on Hundley with first base open. Dropped it in there.
All breaking balls so far in this at bat to Nick Hundley. I mentioned it before, when you're pitching around a hitter, that doesn't mean throw him all breaking balls. It means throw whatever you think you can command and keep it out of the middle of the plate. The idea of a pitch around is you don't care if you walk the guy. So throw what you can command and make sure you don't make a mistake over the heart of the plate.
Ball 4. Rockies have the bases full. Now Rayburn is recalled, and Ben Paulson, and I'm sure this is what Chip Hale was anticipating as the bullpen phone rings again. Ben Paulson is out into the on-deck circle. This is why Chafin was warming up in such a hurry, and now he starts throwing again. So Paulson is announced, and right on cue, there's Chip Hale. He wants the lefty. So the Rockies, with 2 outs, have the bases loaded. Andrew Chafin coming in back after this. Rockies have the bases loaded with 2 outs in a 7-5 ball game. Fans, tomorrow the D-backs take on the Rockies. It's game 2 of this 3-game set. And there he is, Shelby Miller. He'll make his D-backs debut. Coverage begins at 6 with the Diamondback Live pregame show on Fox Sports Arizona Plus. And visit foxsportsarizona.com for the complete Plus channel listings. Well, Walt Weiss does indeed go with Ryan Rayburn to face the lefty Andrew Chafin. They announced Ben Paulson as the hitter, so Weiss burns Paulson, and he'll go with Rayburn against Chafin. And the numbers on Andrew last year: 66 appearances, an outstanding 2.76 ERA. He was one of the best rookie pitchers of the major leagues last year, a 5-1 record. And now here comes Rayburn, a late addition to the Rocky roster. He didn't sign with Colorado until March 4th. Former Tiger and Cleveland Indian. His numbers with the Tribe last year: 301 and 8 home runs. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Can't check his swing.
Now Rayburn only hit 190 in spring training.
Arenado's at third, PARRA is at second, and Hundley the catcher at first. Now Rockies, in the words of Walt Weiss, were awful against left-hand pitching last year. And despite playing at Coors Field, only 19th in the major leagues in runs scored against lefties, so they needed right-hand power, and they found it, they think, in Rayburn. High chopper. Jake Lamb has to hurry, steps on the bag, and Andrew Chafin comes in and puts out the fire. Gets out of a bases loaded mess, and as we stretch, keeps it a 2-run ball game. It is opening day here at Chase Field. We'll keep it here during the break as we honor America.
God bless America.
It's God Bless America. Rocky 7, D-backs 5. high-speed highlights. Diamondbacks had their chances, bases loaded in that fifth after getting 2 runs across, and then another threat here that gets snuffed out by a line drive double play. And those are Cox high-speed highlights. New pitcher for the Rockies, the veteran left-hander is Boone Logan. And he comes out to work the 7th 60 appearances for Colorado last year. 0-3 with a 4.33 ERA.
See his numbers from last season. Boone Logan, a hard-throwing left-hander. He didn't have much of a spring training. He did make 7 appearances, but only threw a total of 5 1/3 innings. Guy that probably won't be used in back-to-back days anytime too soon.
Well, the Diamondbacks have 2 right-hand hitters due up. Castillo, Peralta, Tomas, 4, 5, and 6. But Logan, the lefty, is out there. Welly so far 0 for 3. Little discussion with Jeff Kellogg about that strike call.
Can't do much with that pitch anyway. Might have caught a piece of the corner.
1-1. Twelve runs and 23 hits so far on this opening day. Been a wild opening day. Giants were 12-3 winners at Miller Park in Milwaukee. They had Span, Panic, and Posey, I think, go back to back in that ball game. Matt Duffy also homered for the Giants. And how about this? Look at the bottom there. Dodgers got 15 for Kershaw against Tyson Ross and the Padres. So there's been a lot of offense in the National League West.
You give Kershaw 15 runs. He's probably going to make that stand up.
Yeesh. High fly ball near the seats. Reynolds gives it a look. It stayed in bounds, at least playable, but he can't quite get there.
Perfectly placed out there in the Bermuda Triangle between the first baseman, second baseman, and right fielder. Right up against the side wall. Nobody could get there in time.
So Welly stays alive. A full count, 3-2. Right at Story, who's having himself a night. The rookie shortstop with 2 home runs takes a base hit away from Wellington Castillo. It's the second time tonight a Diamondback hitter has hit one right at that left side of the Rocky infield.
Story leaves his feet to make the play right there. Ball looked like it was ticketed for left field and a leadoff hit. Story playing on both sides of the ball tonight.
So another at bat against a lefty for David Peralta. David has singled twice and scored twice. He's 2 for 3. Had a good night against Jorge De La Rosa. Swing and a miss, 0-1. Let's go down to Kate.
You mentioned, Steve, how Peralta took the winter off. He said he really felt out of sorts not playing back in Venezuela. He said the days felt a lot longer and it felt like something was missing. But the good news was the payoff was big. His wrist has healed and he finds himself in the starting lineup for the first time on opening day. He told me he really feels like he's on track, and then he paused a moment and said, hey, the freight train, it's on the right track, and was pretty proud of himself for that. So I guess the offseason gave him a lot of time to come up with some witty sayings as well.
Sometimes it's just organic like that. With the freight train off the tracks there, he strikes out against Boone Logan, 2 down. Yeah, he was not cleared to begin hitting until December after that wrist injury. And so it was a slow start to the spring for David. A good night tonight for Yasmany Tomas. He doubled in the second and had a 2-run single in the 5th. Feels wrong to lose on a night where we've got tacos.
Yeah. Well, it's not over yet, you know.
I'm just saying. See that sign behind Tomas, and ooh, that looks good right about now.
I mean, you know, come back and win this ball game. Reach the fast food trifecta.
That's what we're looking for. We're going to keep you well fed all year long. I have a feeling. We'll put you on a plan, just like Tomas.
Okay.
We'll get you with Nate Shaw, working off all the fast food we're going to earn this year. We'll have you hiking, boxing, skipping rope.
Yeah, I'll meet you later.
2-1.
I did that a couple years in my career. Spent the winter in San Francisco working out with the trainers and the strength coach. And man, even back when I was in shape and young, about killed me. This is before we had all the modern training techniques. And one of the exercises they used to do at Old Candlestick Park, the runway from the right field bullpen back up to the visitors clubhouse was at a slight incline. And probably 15, maybe 20-degree incline. And I would stand at the bottom of the tunnel with a chain around my waist and a snow tire attached to the chain and pull it up the ramp.
Sounds like Rocky IV.
Oh, it was, yeah.
Tomas lifts it in the air, left center field. PARRA wants it. And Boone Logan works a 1-2-3 7th. Diamondbacks trail the Rockies 7-5.
As we head to the top of the 8th, those are some of the ladies and gentlemen from the 62nd Fighter Squadron at Luke Air Force Base. We had a flyover, a couple of F-35s flew over the stadium right after the national anthem, recognized here between innings. We're glad to have them with us here tonight. Something else I'm really glad about. When the Diamondbacks win, you win at Papa John's. A day after every D-backs win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
Andrew Chafin back out there for the Diamondbacks as Christian Adames leads off the Rockies' 8th. Adames Blackman story 9-1-2. Rockies have out-hit the Diamondbacks 13-10. They lead it 7-5. Adames grounded out his first time up, checked in midway through the ball game, replacing DJ LeMahieu at second base. This is a guy that does not like to have an offseason. Speaking of offseason workouts, Adames won a batting title in the Dominican Winter League 2 years ago, and then last year had a good season at AAA Albuquerque. Played 26 games with the Rockies as a September call-up. Then went back and played in the Dominican Winter League again. He played 32 games and then another 18 in the playoffs. And now he's back. So there is no offseason for Christian Adames.
He's the baseball equivalent of a gym rat. And probably on the days they didn't have games, he was probably at the cage hitting or taking ground balls or working out somehow.
I've heard the term cage rat.
Cage rat.
For baseball guys who are like that. Can't get them out of the cage.
Yeah, Ozzie Guillen used to talk about the cage rats at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, those were different ones.
Yeah.
2-1. I believe that's when Ozzie referred to the ballpark as a dump.
Among other things, yeah.
It's a whole lot nicer now. They've really done a good job, I've been told, over there. Anxious to see the new Wrigley Field.
Well, Ozzie really endeared himself to the North Side fans.
Oh, that happens when you work on the South Side. I remember he would say that stuff and then go to Wrigley, and it would be a whole big thing, and there'd be like 100 media guys around him in the dugout. He seemed to get a kick out of all the trouble he was causing as Adames strikes out. But that's all right. Sometimes that's what you need in a rivalry, right? A little trash talk.
I was there for a little bit of that, and it was quite a show when Lou Piniella was managing the Cubs and Ozzie was on the South Side with the White Sox. Oh my goodness, those crosstown rivalry games used to be quite a show.
Blackmon an RBI double in the third. He's 1 for 4. Diamondbacks in the home half of the 8th have the lower third of the order due up. Lamb, the pitcher spot, and Ahmed 7, 8, 9. They've already used Drury and Goslin off the bench. There's Jake Lamb. A 2-run homer in the 4th. D-backs who led 1-0 were down at 1.71, but they got 2 in the 4th and 2 in the 5th. A ball and a strike on Blackmon. Blackmon hit just under 300 this spring. He homered 5 times. A home run swing there. 1 and 2. His beard is in midseason form.
Always is. Look at that. Grizzly Adams.
Looks like he spent the offseason in a tree stand. Blackmon had a big year last year. Career highs in runs, hits, doubles, triples, walks, and stolen bases. Talked to Andrew Chafin the other day at Evening on the Diamond, and he said he found a great spot for his camper.
Oh, yeah?
He found a guy, some guy he went to high school with who knew a guy and called him and said, hey, if you, I know I haven't talked to you in a long time, but if you want a spot to park your camper, I live out in such and such. And so he said, oh, it's nice out there. Quiet, nobody around. He just communes with nature with his trailer and all the amenities in there. It's currently parked at an undisclosed location.
Yeah.
But you've heard about bringing your work home. This guy brings his home to work. 3-2 to Blackmon. He loses Blackmon, a 1-out walk. Andrew for a while was parking that thing over at Salt River Fields. That's the 3rd walk issued by Diamondbacks pitchers tonight. And here is Trevor Story, who has been the story. 2 home runs in his first 3 major league at bats. This is his big league debut tonight. He is 2 for 4. And again, no player has ever hit 3 home runs in his major league debut. The rookie shortstop, just 23 years old. 1st-round pick 5 years ago out of high school in Irving, Texas. And tonight, the big leaguer for the first time in his life. Blackmon at first, 1 out. And keep an eye on Blackmon. He stole 43 bases last year. Silvino Bracho has been throwing once again in the Diamondback bullpen. He's ready down there. You've got a left-hander, Cargo, on deck.
A little housekeeping there. A piece of grass or something hanging off the bill of his cap. That had to be distracting.
That's probably why he walked Blackmon.
It could be.
He's got a great game face. I mean, that look on Andrews' face always, it looks like he's going to get you out. Look at that.
I mean, he is really taken to the role. You know, well, the first time we saw him was as a starting pitcher back against the Cleveland Indians in interleague play, and I can't envision him as a starter now.
That's
now
amazing.
that I've seen him as a reliever.
He and Randall Delgado, for that matter. There's a strike, 1-1. Yeah, that was a big day for Andrew. He started one of the games of a doubleheader against the Indians, and of course grew up in Ohio, had all his family and friends there at Progressive Field in Cleveland. Made 3 starts at the end of that year. What a season it was last year for him. 5-1, a 2.76 ERA, and 66 relief appearances. In fact, Andrew last year was second among National League rookies with 66 appearances. And among all left-hand relievers was second in innings pitched, 6th in ERA, 8th in strikeouts. He had a great year. Blackmon holds it first. That one misses. 2-1. But you're right. He had 85 minor league appearances for the Diamondbacks in his career, Andrew Chafin, and 75 of those were starts. So this is still very new for him. He's an outdoorsman. It's kind of like a duck to water. And he is the only left-hander back there in Chip Hale's bullpen. 2-1. Let's see what Blackmon does here. He holds it first. That's a hold foul in front of Stu Cole. And there's Ron Pennington, who's had a busy night over there.
He's made all the plays. Good range.
Kirk Farley, I don't think Kirk's had to leave his seat more than once. There's Kirk down the right field line. Two and two. Nick Gomez, go get it. Just tall enough, Nick. And Blackmon took a whole bunch of dirt diving back there just in time.
Nick kind of lost his balance right at the very end of the throw here. Full extension to get the line drive. Makes the exchange as he's coming back down to the ground, so he's ready to make that throw. Oh, boy, tough pick for Goldie right there. The runner kind of got in his way, and the ball hit him in the heel of the glove and just dropped right there. What a double play that would have been. Oof.
So 2 outs. Blackmon still at first for Carlos Gonzalez, who homered in the third off Zach Greinke. He's 1 for 4. He has struck out twice. Slacks it away from the shift. Tomas is over there to cut it off. Blackmon will stop at second. Good job there by Yasmany Tomas to keep Blackmon at second base. Blackmon took a big turn. He was definitely thinking 3, but Tomas got over there.
See how vacated that left side of the field was. Tomas just sticks the glove out there at the last instant to keep that ball from rolling up against the barrier in left field. Nice play right there.
Chip Hale, it looks like, will get with Jeff Kellogg and make a couple of substitutions as he goes out to get Andrew Chafin. With the right hand hitting Nolan Arenado coming up and Silvino Bracho ready in the bullpen. Socrates Brito will replace Tomas in left field. Pitching change at Chase back after this.
Diamondbacks trail by a couple of runs. Hey fans, you can customize your own ticket package with a D-backs mini plan. You can choose from big games including the Cup Series coming up this weekend, the Yankees series in May, bobblehead nights, holidays, birthdays, any combination you choose. Buy now at dbacks.com.
Changes for the Diamondbacks here in the top of the 8th inning. Rockies have 2 on and 2 out. Double switch for Chip Hale. Socrates Brito will take over for Yasmany Tomas in left field. Brito will hit 8th, pitcher spot in the Diamondback order, now 6th. And give it up for the Bulldog right-hander. It's Silvino Bracho. He inherits a bit of a mess here with 2 outs. Blackmon is the runner at second and Gonzalez at first. And he gets to deal with Nolan Arenado. Arenado singled his last time up. He's 1 for 4. Bracho, we always hear, sneaky fast. He throws 92 or so, plays more like 95. A lot of jump, late life, and a lot of deception in that delivery. Starts him off with a breaking ball. 0-1. Bracho won a spot on the D-backs opening day roster that just as well could have gone to Enrique Burgos or Evan Marshall. They all pitched very well in spring training, but Chip Hale said the coaches really could have put their names in a hat and picked it out. This is just kind of the way they wanted to start the year with Bracho and Jake Barrett back there. Play on at second. Nice play by Segura to keep that one from going into center.
Probably would have been better served just hanging on to the ball that time. Charlie Blackmon had a good read, was headed back to second base as Bracho spun around to throw that ball. Segura had to go up the ladder to keep it out of center field.
0-1 on Arenado. High fly ball, deep left field, way back and gone. Nolan Arenado does it again. And it's a 10-5 ball game. Arenado hit over 540 this spring, belted 6 home runs, and he's on the board here in 2016.
Pretty much the same pitch he took for a called strike to start the at-bat. Just kind of a rolling slider that stayed over the big part of the plate. And Nolan Arenado knows what to do with breaking balls over the heart of the plate.
Gerardo PARRA. Well, you might recall last year the Rockies got off to a very good start. They swept their opening series against the Brewers at Milwaukee. And then they went to San Francisco and swept 3 there against the Giants. They were 7-2 to begin the year. But by May 2nd, they were under 500 for good and finished 26 games under 500 at the end of the year. But they had a similar start last season. PARRA shoots it the other way. That's going to drop in. Gerardo PARRA takes the turn, and he is in there with what should be his 3rd double tonight.
Nice effort there by Socrates Brito. This little flare, that's a hanging breaking ball up around the shoulders. Brito gets to it in good shape, plants that left foot and fires towards second base. This is all Segura can do. You can see the throw was offline. Just try to pick, sweep, tag all in one motion and trust that one of your teammates will be there to back it up if you don't make the play.
3 straight hits for the Rockies, all with 2 outs, has made it 10-5. 3 doubles for PARRA. And here's Mark Reynolds, the former D-back. Reynolds singled in the 2nd. He's 1 for 4. Strike 1. Dodgers won tonight. They beat the Padres. They scored 15. Giants won at Milwaukee. They scored 12. And the Rockies have put a 10 spot up here at Chase Field. And it's going to be a rough and tumble ride in the NL West this season.
The wild, wild west.
You bet. Four home runs for Colorado. Trevor Story has hit 2. Gonzalez hit 1. Now Arenado's hit 1.
This Rockies lineup is dangerous enough swinging the bats without falling behind in the count and letting them really grit their teeth and let it fly.
3-1. He can take a big hack at this one. He looks at ball 4. Second walk in the inning.
It's not like Mark Reynolds to take a fastball. I mean, right at the bottom of the zone.
Not a bad pitch. So 2 on and 2 out for Nick Hundley, who was walked twice and singled. PARRA the runner at second, Reynolds at first. Chip Hale said he thought a lot of the decision to select Silvino Bracho for the opening day roster was because he ended last year really well with the Diamondbacks after coming up for the minors at the very end of August. And Chip said Bracho was one of the guys the coaches were leaning on late in the game. And so in terms of roster spots this year, there was some equity there for Bracho, who worked just over 12 innings with the Diamondbacks, had 17 strikeouts against only 4 walks and a 1.43 ERA. He looked very good. Overthrows Castillo. Everybody moves up.
Not sure if he just tried to overthrow that pitch or it slipped out of his hand. Looked like a breaking ball, a slider, but over the head of everybody all the way to the backstop.
Wellington Castillo out there. Two and one.
Another borderline pitch right there, but when the pitch before goes over everybody's head to the backstop, you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt on a borderline strike.
Not when you take the home plate umpire's head off almost. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief back there. There it is, 2-2. D-backs have won 6 of their last 8 opening day games, but they've got their work cut out for them here tonight, down 10-5 in the 8th. Three and two. They walk Reynolds. Now he's gone full on Nick Hundley. Pitcher spot is up next. Brandon Barnes is in the on-deck circle. They've already used Adames, Paulson, and Rayburn off the Rockies bench. Peralta. But the Rockies get 3 more. Bottom 8 coming up. Diamondbacks down 10-5.
Live presented by CenturyLink. Brandon and Joe, first up will be Zack Greinke's first start as a Diamondback. And Brandon, it wasn't really what anyone expected since it was nothing like Zack Greinke in any recent history, that is.
Yeah, definitely not what we're accustomed to seeing. Just some early struggles on in the game with command, and the Rockies just jumping all over him.
Diamondbacks got touched up by the big two of Colorado. Arenado, Cargo chipped in, but the biggest story was Trevor's story. The rookie really set the tone of this game.
Right, plenty of reaction. We'll hear from Zack Greinke as well as manager Chip Hale after the game, guys.
Thank you, guys. Look forward to that right after our ball game here. There is Trevor's story. In his major league debut, 2 home runs. He's got 4 RBIs, and the Rockies have a 10-5 lead as Jake Lamb leads off the home half of the 8th against Boone Logan. Back out there for his second inning of work. Lamb has homered and walked and struck out. 1 for 2. And that base on ball is noteworthy for Jake because he really showed tremendous amounts of patience at the plate this spring. He walked 14 times in spring training this year. Right to Adames at second. So he finished spring training with a .521 on base percentage and walked nearly as much as he struck out.
I really think it's a byproduct of the new approach that he has this year. His hands much lower. Cut down on his leg kick. I think he feels like he can wait a lot longer, recognize the pitches a lot better, and swing at strikes and take the ones out of the zone. I think that's the reason for all the walks he had in spring training.
Silvino Bracho and Wellington Castillo going over that last top of the 8th inning. First at bat this year for Socrates Brito, the 23-year-old, and a lot on his shoulders now with the injury to A.J. Pollock. He hit just over 300 this spring with 1 home run. And Socrates, who played almost all of last year at Double-A for Robbie Hammock down there with the Mobile Bay Bears, now being asked to assume a big burden in center field for the injured A.J. Pollock. He's in there in left tonight as a defensive replacement for Yasmany Tomas, but he will be the center fielder against right-hand pitchers. Waves at that one and strikes out. 5 up, 5 down for Boone Logan. Here's Nick Ahmed. Here comes Walt Weiss. The right hand hitting Ahmed coming up. Logan gets the 2 lefties, and that's going to end his night right here. New pitcher coming on for Colorado. Chad Qualls, the former Diamondback, back after this.
Five hits, 15 runs. Unfortunately, the Rockies up by 5. Hey fans, MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details.
Chad Qualls on with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Nick Ahmed steps in. Nick singled his last time up. He's 1 for 3. Rockies put a lot of work in on their bullpen. They got a Jason Mott who's injured right now. They have Qualls, and the new closer is Jake McGee, whom they got from Tampa Bay in a trade for Corey Dickerson. His first season with Colorado, Chad Qualls, 12-year big league veteran. Ahmed shoots it down the left field line. And Nick is in there, a 2-out double. He's 2 for 4. He did that all spring long. He had 13 extra base hits in the Cactus League.
You know, we talk so much about Jake Lamb keeping his bat in the strike zone a little bit longer this spring. I think Nick Ahmed has done the same thing. We've seen him take off-speed pitches and pull him down into that left field corner. Fastballs away from him, hit him to right field, and with power.
He has looked very good at the plate all spring long. A 2-out base runner for Gene Segura, who's 2 for 4, a pair of singles. He scored a run. Two and 0. Same 2 teams tomorrow. Another 6:40 start. Diamondback Live pregame show comes your way at 6 on Fox Sports Arizona Plus. Shelby Miller makes his Diamondback debut against Chad Bettis. Wednesday series finale, a day game. Patrick Corbin and Tyler Chatwood.
Purple shoes on the mound for Chad Qualls. If we'd had those back in 02-03, we might have won a couple more World Series. Purple shoes. Come on now.
Well, they have purple batting gloves and purple everything else. Should have had some teal shoes. There's more teal in there. Hundley's got a lot of purple there.
Purple shoes, man. Ooh, nice.
What would have happened if you walked into Frank Robinson's clubhouse wearing purple shoes?
Frank used to bark at guys for wearing the wrong colored shoelaces. Guy would get a brand new pair of cleats from whatever company he happened to be with, and they'd have a pair of white laces in them. And Frank didn't like white shoelaces in our orange and black shoes. You know?
Should have gone camo.
Yeah.
And there's that look. Sedona red. Adames at second. We'll head to the 9th inning on opening day. Diamondbacks trail the Rockies 10-5. 5 have been out hit 15-11. And you see the story. It's Trevor's story. 2 home runs in his major league debut. That is some history. Trevor Story is the first player in baseball history with a multi-homer game in his major league debut on opening day. And the first National League player to hit at least 2 home runs in his first major league game. So some history tonight. Pitcher spot leads off the 9th. Brandon Barnes against Silvino Braccio. Barnes now in his 3rd season with Colorado. Hit .251 last year with a pair of homers. Oh, 2.
Whoops. Geared for fastball. You see fastball. And by the time you recognize it's eye high out of the strike zone, too late to stop that swing.
Hit him on 0-2. It's been that kind of a night for Silvino Braccio.
Second baseman Christian Adames.
Just caught the jersey, but that's enough to send Barnes down to first base to start the inning.
Christian Adames now. Got to be careful with Adames. He hit 3 home runs this spring. That one almost hit our DBTV crew in there. Then Noah Berlin scampering under the desk.
Get those guys' helmets down there.
Rob is up there defending his staff. 0-2. Well, Braccio's yanked a couple of those tonight.
Boy, anybody that's spent any amount of time behind home plate, that's the one that hurts. So you can see Wellington Castillo working that left shoulder. You know, you reach up and behind, and you know when that ball hits the glove, it's going to jerk your shoulder back even farther. That doesn't feel good. Makes my shoulder ache just watching it.
Well, Braccio just does not look right. This is a young man that had a really nice September with the Diamondbacks last year. Just does not look comfortable out there all evening long.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I mean, Andrew Chafin did walk Blackmon, gave up the base hit to Carlos Gonzalez, but the 3-run homer really was the dagger. You keep it at a 7-5 game with the Diamondbacks offense, you feel like you still got a chance with a couple of at-bats to go in the game, but 3-run homer pushing that lead up to 5. That makes it tough.
Yeah, Chafin, a 1-out walk to Blackmon. 2-out single by Cargo. 2-on, 2-out. Braccio came in. 3-run homer by Nolan Arenado, the Rockies' 4th home run tonight. Made it 10-5. Arenado has 1. Cargo has 1. Story has 2. Braccio's bouncing him up there now. 3-2 on Christian Adames with Blackmon on deck.
It kind of goes unnoticed in a 10-5 ball game, but Wellington Castillo's had a great game back there defensively. He's blocked everything in the dirt. Occasionally they've thrown it over his head to the backstop, but you can't get it underneath him tonight. Really done a nice job dirt dogging back there.
He's just trying to nurse Bracho through this inning. Bullpen still quiet for the Diamondbacks. With Barnes at first and nobody out. 3-2 to Adames. Barnes has good speed down there at first. There he goes. This one is hammered to center. Owings is on it. Barnes is hung up. Castillo backs up the play at first. CO charged that one.
We were talking earlier in the ballgame about the adjustments for Chris Owings, one of them possibly being his throws. This is the one I'm talking about. You got to air it out right there. And that's a long throw for a guy that's used to playing second base and just flipping the ball 40 or 50 feet over to Paul Goldschmidt. And once again, Goldie with a tough play as the runner cut in front of the baseball. He just didn't get a good look at it.
It really is a whole different throwing motion, isn't it, out there?
I mean, you know, we've seen outfielders that have funny throwing motions. Hunter Pence jumps to mind immediately, but most of the time it's a long, what I call a long throwing stroke. Like you see a pitcher really extend that arm out behind their body, and then almost like a whipping action as they throw it. Whereas infielders usually just kind of pick the ball up, put it up on their ear, and throw it wherever they need to throw it. You can see he didn't really have that long outfielder's overhand delivery that gets the kind of carry you see outfielders get on their throws.
There's Dave McKay, who was working with CO all weekend long. 0-1 on Blackmon. That's about the longest throw I'll bet that Chris Owings has ever made in a major league game.
Probably so. I mean, he's made some plays in the hole at shortstop, but I don't think he's made any throws that far.
Done a good job out there tonight.
That was a tough play right there. Sinking line drive hit right at him. Kind of stumbled a little bit as he came in, but not an easy play for a guy that even plays center field regularly.
Chris Owings had never played the outfield ever as a professional baseball player before this weekend against the Royals. 2-1 on Charlie Blackmon. It's funny, on his player page, I found one game with Visalia back in 2011 that listed Chris Owings as having started and played 9 innings in left field, but it turns out he says that wasn't actually him. There was another guy named Owings on the team that year. And that was actually the Owings that was out there in left. So CO, the last time he was in the outfield prior to this weekend, was high school. Although he did take some spring training fly balls out there a couple of years ago. That was Kurt Gibson, who thought Owings would do well in center field. So Gibby used to have CO out there sometimes, shagging flies.
A shortstop, generally speaking, is your best athlete on the team. The guy that has good quickness, right or left, good lateral movement, good foot speed, strong enough throwing arm to throw guys out from the hole. And it's not unusual to see a shortstop move out to center field. Robin Yount jumps to mind immediately.
He won an MVP at both positions, shortstop and center. Which is remarkably impressive if you think about it.
Well, you could have put him anywhere on the field and he would have won an MVP award.
Yeah.
Boy, one of the greatest players of his generation.
Now, when he first came up as a teenage shortstop in the early 70s, he was a defensive tire fire out there. And he turned into a great Hall of Fame player. And boy, Welly's night just keeps getting better in that 9th inning. Uncle. There's only 161 left.
they're doing everything right, getting in a position to block that ball should it get down in the dirt, and it just leaves you exposed when that batter just ever so slightly misdirects the ball. Merit badges.
Chip Hale has said all spring long he really needs to be careful not to wear Wellington Castillo down with too heavy a workload this year. 2-2 is the count. Blackmon chipping away here. Chip admitted that he probably pushed Castillo a little hard at times last season because he was so hot with a bat. He was carrying the Diamondbacks sometimes offensively, but for Welly, he really did seem to fatigue toward the end of last year. He had a rough September. Three and two. Racho's at 33 pitches, only 19 strikes. And Blackmon, who walked and scored his last time up, has a full count. Brandon Barnes at first with 1 out. And Story, who's already homered twice in his first big league game, is on deck. Sky high, short left. Ahmed is out there. Brito behind him at Socrates. 2 down.
Good pop-up priority drill right there. Something every team works on in spring training. Third baseman goes after it until Nick Ahmed called him off, and then Nick goes after it until Socrates Brito called the shortstop off the play.
So one more chance for Trevor Story to make more history. First player in baseball history with a multi-homer game in his major league debut on opening day. No player has ever hit 3 home runs in his major league debut on any day. He homered in the 3rd and homered in the 4th. He's knocked in 4. Six Cactus League home runs for Trevor Story, and now 2 in his first major league game. It's a pretty good spring.
You watch Trevor Story as he gets in the batter's box here. It's not uncommon for a hitter to what they call look off the pitcher. A lot of guys look up at the scoreboard, or they'll look up in the upper deck, look at the light tower, do something, and then refocus on that release point from the pitcher. And Story, in the process of looking off the pitcher, kind of looks down toward first base right there. If you're a paranoid former manager, you might say he's looking down to EY Jr. or EY Senior rather, coaching down there at first base. So now you keep an eye on him to make sure he's not doing anything different on an off-speed pitch than he's doing on a fastball. And I guarantee you the Diamondbacks coaching staff has been checking it out, and if they were suspicious at all, we would have seen something happen by now.
So a rookie might be a little less subtle at that than a veteran.
Well, you know, like I said, it's all a process of not staring. You don't want to get in the batter's box and just stare at that release point. So a lot of guys will, to relax their eyes, look somewhere else and then look back to the pitcher. For Story, when he looks off the pitcher, he's looking right down that first baseline, which makes you a little suspicious. But I've been watching Eric Young Sr. down there at first base myself, and I haven't seen any kind of tip off or anything like that that Story could be using to his advantage.
I love how the paranoia of being a big league manager never does quite leave you.
Never.
Somebody's always out to get you.
If we're losing, they must be cheating.
It's been pointed out to me by a member of our staff here that Story is on pace to hit 324 home runs this year.
On pace.
Yeah, pace. 2-2.
Well, that might be low, playing half his games at Coors Field.
Yeah, that's true. You're right there. But either way, it's an opening day he'll never forget. First-round pick by the Rockies 5 years ago, the 45th overall selection. He had committed to play collegiately at LSU until Colorado took him with a supplemental first-round pick. '40th pitch for Bracho is in there for strike 3. And he closes the storybook. He'll go bottom 9. D-backs down 10-5. Bottom 9 here at Chase Field. D-backs trail the Rockies 10-5. And the new pitcher for Colorado, it's 21-year-old Miguel Castro. And he was acquired at the deadline last year as part of the Troy Tulowitzki deal. And his numbers last year with both teams, Toronto and Colorado, 18 appearances, a 6.11 ERA. Just 21 years old.
It's from La Romana in the Dominican Republic. Beautiful resort town. That's where we used to go on our off days when I played winter ball down in the Dominican.
Well, he's only 21. He's already on the opening day roster for a second time in his career.
How about that?
So he's got to be pretty good. Here's the center fielder, Chris Owings, to lead off the 9th. Owings, Goldie, Castillo, 2, 3, and 4. If it seems like this game has taken a while, it's because it is. We started at 6:40 or so. According to my computer, it's now 10:42. The longest 9-inning game in the history of this ballpark, Chase Field, is 3 hours and 58 minutes. That was, you were the manager for that one. You must have used a lot of strategy against the Giants, August 30th of 2002, 3:58.
Brains were spilling all over the field. So I blame that one on Boch. You know, all those pitching changes and using the whole bullpen.
Well,
just trying to win a game.
Well, hold on here. First pitch tonight, according to Pat O'Connell, was 6:42. So it's now 10:42. So it means we're at 4 hours, and this is the longest 9-inning game in the history of this ballpark.
We've got a winner.
That'll screw up your DVR. CO singled and scored in the 5th. And he strikes out to open up the 9th. Last chance for Goldie. He has struck out twice, walked, and hit into a fielder's choice. He's 0 for 3. So with that walk back in the 5th, he has now reached base safely in 36 consecutive games against the Rockies. And if he continues that streak in the final 2 games of this series, he will tie Gonzo's Diamondbacks record. As another Gonzo record falls by the wayside, perhaps. We're now at 4 hours and 2 minutes. So do with that what you will.
This guy Miguel Castro has some wicked stuff. Boy, he threw a 96-mile-an-hour sinking, tailing fastball, and sharp slider to go along with it. I gave the numbers for the Rockies bullpen last year, ranking dead last in the majors in just about every important category as a bullpen. I don't think that's going to be the case this year. They've got some much better arms, some more experienced guys down there. Of course, it's a long season when you play half your games at Coors Field. It tends to take its toll on the bullpen.
His command has not been especially great, but he's been playing minor league baseball since he was 17, so he's only 21 now, still developing, obviously. But Roley hits it. Right, Rayburn is in there now at second base. Nope, that's Adames, pardon me. Still 2 down, and it's up to Wellington Castillo. Castillo 0 for 4. Diamondback Live postgame show follows our ball game. Same 2 teams tomorrow in a 6:40 first pitch. Shelby Miller and Chad Bettis. So tomorrow night Shelby makes his D-backs debut. Like Hundley got crossed up on that one.
Just going to say the same thing, but nobody on base. How could there be a cross up? That was a tip off to me right there. Miguel Castro turned around and looked at the scoreboard. And one of the things you'll do is use the count or the number of outs in an inning to determine what sign you're going to use behind the plate. Blue Jays used to do that back in the day. They called it the ABE system, ABE, ahead, behind, or even. If you're ahead in the count, it's the first sign. If you're behind in the count, it's the second sign. And if it's an even count, it's the third sign. There's other variations you can use. But when Nick Hundley came out from behind home plate with that quizzical look on his face, and Castro immediately turned around and looked at the scoreboard, I'm assuming to see what the count was or how many outs there were in the inning.
You got guys up there looking at coaches and scoreboards.
And you wonder why this is such a hard game to play. There's so many things to look at.
He did it again. Unless that's his thing. Missed on 2-2. Just for good measure, he fouls one off his own leg because he hasn't had a long enough night.
Wellington with a little grin on his face there. That wasn't exactly a textbook swing, but hanging slider up and out over the plate. He kind of got fooled, but managed to get a piece of it to stay alive.
Nice play. Blackhawks fan down there.
Nicely done. Give it to a kid. Yeah, look at this. Nice play. Corey Crawford-like.
Good read. He walked him. Missed at 95. And so David Peralta gets another chance. Peralta has singled twice, scored twice, and struck out twice. Pitcher's spot is up next. Ricky Weeks Jr. is out of the on-deck circle. Should Peralta reach. Ball one. Base hit for David. A three-hit night for Peralta. A little engine that could at this point.
Right off the end of the bat by David Peralta that time. And with that exaggerated pull shift on, there's nobody home. That's almost straight up shortstop position, but Story was cheating up the middle of the field.
So the Diamondback debut of Ricky Weeks Jr. Steve Foster, the pitching coach, is out there. They forgot to turn on the clock. All right, now it starts. So he's got some extra time. And we'll get a look at Ricky Weeks Jr. at the age of 33. His D-backs debut. Parts of a dozen major league seasons under his belt. And he will hit for the pitcher. There's Ricky. Once the second overall pick in the draft. That was back in '03. And now a spot on this D-backs opening day roster after an exceptional spring during which he hit over .430 with 2 home runs. He's got Castillo at second, Peralta at first. Jumps on the first one, but hits it foul. Chip Hale said Weeks' roster spot with the D-backs was earned. Came in and grew on the coaches, showed them he could hit late in the game, could hit anybody, and they were excited to have him off the bench. You like the idea of a guy like this, Bob, a veteran, still with very good bat speed, to come up in situations just like this late in the ballgame.
And he gives you a little bit of defensive versatility. He too can play second base, where he's played most of his career, but throughout spring training found himself in the outfield more often than not. But you're right about the veteran bat off the bench late, especially in close games, facing the tough end of the bullpen. Couldn't get to those professional at bats. Guy who's been there and done that.
Well, you watch him take batting practice, he still hammers the ball. 0-2. And he strikes out, and that ends the longest 9-inning game in Chase Field history. And the story was Trevor Story. 2 home runs in his first big league